Tekkadread story, Tekkadread story link, https://www.fanfiction.net/s/996,841/1/category, Ranma plus Vandread crossover genre, size-fi/adventure author, Tongmyanaphore link, https://www.fanfiction.net/u/7890/last updated, December 7, 2002 words, 123,086 rating, T status, complete content, Chapter 1 to 17 of 17 chapters. Source, fanfiction.net summary. Take the main character from Ranma, add some elements from Tekkaman Blade, then mix thoroughly with the universe of Vandread and we get Chapter 1 Prologue Tekkadread disclaimer, Ranma Sodom, Vandread and Tekkaman Blade belong to their own respective creators/owners and are only being used in this fanfic for fun and not profit. Introduction. Since my previous attempt at fusing Ranma and Tekkaman seemed to have hit a dead end, I decided to try another approach. Recently, I had gotten hooked on an anime called Vandread and was inspired after seeing those CGI battles and cool mecha designs. I figured, why not? I also wanted to flesh it out a bit more and perhaps add some new twists. So here we have the revamped story of Ranma as something a bit more. This prologue shall be the only time in which the Nirima wrecking crew will be seen, so you can just forget about Ranma being paired with any of the fiancé brigade. Thoughts. Prologue. What? The scout ship was destroyed? The Radam warlord remarked as his subordinate told him of the fate of one of his exploratory craft. Yes, my lord, the subordinate replied as he gave the details. It had encountered a fierce meteor shower when it entered the minor system near the outer fringes of the neighboring galaxy. The cargo of Tekkapods was mostly destroyed when the ship exploded, but we had reason to believe that a few of them did scatter toward the inner planets of that system. Initial scans indicated that the third planet of that planetary system does possess a race of sentient life forms that can be converted into Tekkaman. If even one of those pods manages to take root on that planet's surface, we may be able to subjugate that world that much sooner. The Radam ruler was silent for a moment as he considered the possibilities. He then shrugged as he replied, "It makes no difference if a pod does land on that planet. The technology of that world, as I understand it, is primitive and would not be able to stand up to the might of the Radam. There is no hurry to conquer that region of the cosmos as we are still working on this sector. If a pod does take root and start transforming the beings into our servants, then it will be that much easier to take over that world when we eventually arrive. If not, then it will be a simple matter to seed that world with more of our Tekkapods and conquer that world then." "Yes, master. Though being so far from our influence, any pod that does land on that planet will have to fall back on its integrated programming and the process will be slow. It may take years, perhaps even decades for it to transform even one life form into a Tekkaman. Then again, replication of itself will take place immediately when it takes root, and it will spread to cover that planet in just a few short years. As I said before, there is no hurry. After we secure this sector, we'd have more than a dozen regions to overrun afterwards before we can turn our attention toward that solar system. So many places to dominate, and we have all the time in the universe to do it. Although, it will be quite interesting to see what kind of Tekkaman a pod can create from those pitiful life forms on that planet. It is very unlikely that we will encounter anything that could stop us. They were wrong. Though the Radam war machine was a fearsome force to be reckoned with in the cosmos, it was not the only predator. There were many others that also preyed upon lesser beings. One race in particular was not interested in conquest, but rather in survival, at any cost, even if it meant the total annihilation of another race, including the Radam. As such, it was not concerned with casualties or gaining territory. Existence was the only thing on this race's mind. Existence and sustenance to continue that existence. To these aliens, the Radam only meant one thing to them: food. Eventually, the two sides would meet in the infinite void of space. The ensuing battle between them would result in near catastrophic losses on both sides, but in the end, the Radam had finally met their betters. After countless centuries of victories and destroyed civilizations, the Radam Empire fell under the feet of this more terrible enemy. It would take several more decades before the last of the Radam and their Tekkaman were wiped out. Then, slowly but surely, the aliens began to make their way toward the Milky Way. On Earth, 1986. No, please, Papa. Don't put me in that pit again. 6-year-old Ranma screamed as he was pushed toward a deep pit. Ranma, don't be such a whiner. Now get in there and learn the cat fist. Janma shouted as he shoved his only child into the pit of starving cats and shut the lid. He was so focused on having his son learn the dreaded, yet ultimately flawed technique, that he ignored the flash of light that streaked high above him and plummeted toward the surface of the planet. Its landing point, somewhere in the midst of China. The Radam device, the only one to have reached the planet Earth, easily withstood the heat of re-entry as it blazed down toward the one place, by sheer coincidence of course, in which Ranma would eventually arrive at 10 years later. Jusenkyo. The pod splashed down hard into a large pool, causing the rest of the cursed training grounds to tremble and quake from the impact. This startled the guide out of his hut as he came out with a kettle, expecting to see some poor fool crawling out of a pool in his cursed form, but he only saw the center pool steaming and rippling after the splashdown. He neared the edge and tried to peer into the depths of the spring, but whatever had landed into it had been driven deep into the bottom and was obscured from sight. The guide continued to stare down at the waters for a long while before finally deciding that whatever landed in that pool had probably drowned by now. That particular spring had been one of the few that had not been imprinted yet. Well, He would find out what had landed in that spring when another hapless victim would fall into it. He then turned around and headed back to his hut. Deep within that spring, the organic alien mechanism was experiencing some unforeseen difficulties. It was able to take root into the muddy bottom of the spring and began drawing in nourishment, but something was stopping it from spreading beyond the confines of the pool. It could survive for centuries within that pool, but it could not produce any spores to infect the surrounding areas. Some strange energies within the waters was preventing any part of it from leaving the spring. All it could do was carry out its primary function, which was to transform a subject into a Tekkaman. Now, it could only wait. 10 years later, Ranma frowned as he voiced out his first impression of Jusenkyo. "Oh, this place doesn't look so bad." He then absently stroked the thin scar that he had on the left side of his face. The memento from his catfist training was a thin line that ran above his eye and down toward his chin. He had grown quite bitter after receiving a permanent reminder of his father's foolishness. That irrational fear of cats he had gained didn't help matters either. Since that time, he had been beating his father consistently, and was only following him not because he had nowhere else to go. He had lost a lot of respect for his parents since that time. Just recently, he had decided that he would abandon his father, once he had learned everything he had to teach. Of course, his timid dad had no idea that his son felt this way and thought that everything was going according to his ultimate plan to unite the schools of the anything goes first. "You are very strange ones." "No," the guide said as he gestured to the pools. "This place is very dangerous. No one use now since there is over 100 springs here and each one had one terrible tragedy happen. Ranma, follow me," Genma said as he leapt up to one of the poles that stuck out from the pools. Ranma followed suit, if only to beat on his father again. The guide began frantically waving at the two as they began trading blows with each other. By the time they passed each other in the air for the second time, Genma was a heartbeat too slow to block Ranma's kick and was sent splashing down into the spring of ground panda. However, as Ranma landed on another of the poles, it snapped under his weight as the bamboo was rotten. The boy was sent plummeting toward the large pool below and splashed down into it, just as Genma resurfaced as a panda. "Looks like I finally find out what pool that was," thought the guide as he and Genma waited for Ranma to surface. However, Ranma would not be cursed to transform into something with cold water, as that particular pool had never had anything or anyone drown in its waters. It did, however, had something else in it. Something that was not of this world, and it had been waiting patiently to fulfill its primary objective. The alien plant came to life as it sensed a nearby life form coming near the bottom of the spring. It had been in that spring for over a decade, and Ranma was the first sentient being that it had encountered since it landed on Earth. Now was its chance as the pseudo-organic device set forth to tentacle-like appendages to grab hold of its victim and drag him down toward its center. Ranma struggled hard to free himself from its grasp, But with the lack of breathable air available, the pod's power soon overwhelmed him. It took him down to be enveloped within the jelly-like center, and Ranma found his consciousness slip away as his body was stripped of his clothes and made him curl up into a fetal position. His hair became unbound as the string that he had tied to make a ponytail was also stripped away. Above the surface of the spring, Genma was beginning to sweat as he and the guide waited for Ranma to come up. However, they would have a very long wait, as the now former heir to the Anything Goes school of the martial arts had just been claimed for a greater destiny. Deep in the pool, the young martial artist was immediately put into a state of near suspended animation as the Tekkapod began analyzing its subject. The boy's bodily functions were slowed down to their barest rates, just hovering above a comatose level. The alien device found out that the subject possessed extremely high bioenergy potentials and great innate abilities. Ranma would make an excellent Tekkaman. However, with no other source of Radam power to draw from, it had to rely on its own reserves. Furthermore, the magical waters of Jusenkyo also hampered the pod's functions. The procedure to turn Ranma into a servant of its alien masters would be a long and gradual process, but the device had nowhere else to go and nothing else to do, so it simply proceeded in carrying out its primary function. The first order of business was to evolve Ranma's body to accept the Tekkaman power system. The malnutrition and lack of growth that the martial artist had suffered under Genma's care was corrected, and he began to slowly gain in height and added muscle mass. All of his body's tissues became energized with power as lines of light ran over him like organic circuits. On his forehead, a green white light appeared in the shape of a four-pointed star with the outer arms pointed down at an angle. The design looked like a geometric horseshoe crab. Off to one side, a crystalline shape that resembled the one on his forehead was also being formed separately. The process of physical evolution was a speeded-up version of the one that occurred naturally over millions of years as Ranma's body was accelerated to a state of human perfection, and then beyond that. Genma showed him, now realizing that he had lost his son, the future of the Anything Goes, and his meal ticket, did what any man did in his position, which was to panic. He spent all of 5 minutes searching for his son, but since he didn't dare jump into that cursed pool, nor look into its watery depths, he could only assume the worst, that Ranma had perished. All he could think of was, Boygonagonady! Boygonagonady! 1. Genma didn't dare go home to his wife without their only child. He remembered that contract that he and his son had signed before they left home, and Nodoka was not going to be pleased in the slightest if she were to learn that Ranma had drowned. He preferred to have his head remain in its present condition. He began to curse the heavens for giving him such a weak son, who couldn't even stand a little harmless training. Ranma just had to drown and spoil all of his plans for a long and luxurious retirement at the Tendo Dojo. That's it. I'll go to Soon's. Once I tell him what happened, he's sure to help me. Genma then set off in another direction, leaving his presumably deceased son at Jusenkyo. He would first find something to fill his growling belly, then head to Japan. Deep within his watery prison, Ranma's body continued to undergo changes as the pod began carrying out another of its functions, which was to wipe out the memories of the subject's previous life. One by one, each of the teen's images of his past life were brought up and then was slowly erased as the alien device continued to mold him into the ideal Radam warrior. Ironically, as Ranma's identity was being slowly deleted, the side effects to the Nakoken training were also destroyed as the memories and trauma of the technique were unraveled like old fabric. However, with the magic of Jusenkyo hampering the alien plant, the process was slowed down to less than a snail's pace. What normally took the Radam device a few days to accomplish, Ranma's transformation was being stretched out into years, then to decades, then to centuries as the pod's energy reserves were gradually being used up. The process proceeded at a maddeningly slow pace, and the alterations would not be complete for hundreds of years to come. A lot can happen during that time. As Ranma continued to slumber within the pod, the outside world continued on without him. Events that could have changed his life were irrevocably altered with his absence. In the outside world, certain events took place as the years rolled on. In an Amazon village, Shampoo wiped her forehead as she got off the challenge log after knocking her final opponent off it to win the tribal championships. The crowds cheered as she hopped off the timber and made her way toward the first prize feast. All around the purple-haired girl, friends were congratulating her, while her rivals were promising that they would beat her next time. To the great-granddaughter of Cologne, it mattered very little. She had trained hard to become the tribal champion and now she could. The girl stopped in her tracks as she saw what was hunched over the prize table and was devouring the banquet. The other villagers also stared at the large, black and white mass of fur as it continued to gobble up the food that had been intended for the winner of the tournament. Suffice to say, the people weren't happy. Genma stopped for a moment in his eating to look up. He wondered why everyone was giving him such hostile glares. After all, the food was laid out for anyone to take. No one had laid claim on it, so it was all free, right? And according to the Sodom School of Martial Arts, one should take every opportunity to fill one's belly, for there may not be another chance to do so. Unfortunately for Ranma's father, this would prove to be his final meal as the villagers closed in on him. A few days later, Shampoo sighed as she stretched out on the floor of the living room and ran a hand through her new panda skin rug. As she laid on her back, she continued to wonder just how she was going to get that irritating moose to stop pestering her. If only she had a strong husband. In Japan, Tendo was still staring out from the patio. In his hand was a postcard that ironically had a photo of a panda on it. On the postcard were the words "arriving with Ranma in a few days" Genma written on it. At last! Ranma is coming, Soon said excitedly as he decided to call his daughters for a family meeting. Won't they be pleased to know that I've assured their futures for them? However, neither he nor his daughters would ever see the Shodoms. Technically speaking, they no longer existed. Time would continue to pass and more events would occur. A month later. Ah, my fair tigress. Your beloved husband-to-be has arrived too. Wham! Tatewaki Kuma was sent skyward after Rakan belted him for the umpteenth time. Why can't he just leave me alone? The short-tempered girl complained as she stomped into Furinken High with two of her friends. Well, he is your fiancé, Yuka said slowly. That pervert is not my fiancé. Akan shot back. Just because he got lucky and beat me that one time. At that moment, Nabiki walked up to her. Technically speaking, he is your fiancé. Remember, Daddy was the one who formalized the engagement when Kuno Baby came in and offered all that money. And from what I remember from that fight, he wasn't lucky. He just finally figured out that he had to go all out to beat you. Shut up, Nabiki. This is all his fault. Him and that stupid speech of his. Well, there is a way in which you can get out of this. The middle daughter began. This immediately got Akan's attention. What? Tell me. I'll give you my allowance for a year. The second daughter of Suntendo thought for a moment, then shook her head. No. That won't work. Forget it. Tell me. Well, remember back when Daddy told us about that pledge to unite the schools of the Anything Goes? Now since that promise was made before we were even born, then that should take precedence over Kuno's claim. Now if that Ranma Sodom were to show up, then you could tell Kuno that you're engaged to him. Akan felt a glimmer of hope, though she blanched at the thought of openly admitting that she was engaged to some boy. However, Nabiki then said, but since he never showed up, I guess that flushes that idea down the toilet. And along with that idea, Akan's hopes were also flushed. Another month later. Ho-H. Ho, 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 ho. My. How very disappointing. I had hoped that the Furinken gymnastics team would have at least one competitor this year, but it looks like St. Heber wins by default again. At the Nirima hospital, Akan lay in a body cast after Kodakai Kuno had visited her the night before. Where on earth am I now? Guess who's still lost? A few more months after that. Father. How could you? Kasumi felt betrayed as she was told that she had been chosen to be the bride of Piccolo Shardinai. Apparently, Sumi had neglected to tell his family of a certain promise he had made after losing an eating match. More time has passed. Fa. Your sign now belongs to me. Soon was flooding the floor of the dojo with his tears as the dojo destroyer towered over his broken opponent. Akan had thought she could win against this behemoth. After all, she was the best martial artist in Nirima, wasn't she? The time that Kuno had beaten her had been a fluke, right? She had been breaking more bricks and training dummies since then. Surely that beating she had received from Kodakai had made her stronger to take on this bully. She would triumph over him and show to all that she was still the best. All these thoughts and other delusions continued to run through her mind as her body throbbed with agonizing pain. She was unable to get up as her opponent walked over to the front of the training hall. She felt her heart breaking as she heard the sound of wood being torn free from its foundation. When she finally managed to raise her head up, she caught sight of the dojo destroyer as he left her home. Slung over his shoulder was his latest prize, the sign of the Tendo Dojo. Still more time passes by. The entire district of Nirima would suffer with the arrival of Sun and Janma's dread sensei, Tako's eyes. With no one to keep the perverted master in check, the females and their undergarments were constantly harassed. Added to these problems were several acts of thievery and mayhem as the enemies of the lecture came one after another, resulting in massive property damage. As a consequence, many of the inhabitants of the district decided to save themselves and moved away. When Pantyhose Taru showed up, things got even more hazardous. Nirima soon became a ghost town within Tokyo. Another key moment. Eventually, when Lychee and her elephants showed up with their half of the sacred scroll, things turned from bad to worse. Akan accidentally got a hold of the piece of parchment at the exact moment that Prince Kirin showed up to claim his bride. Akan was taken away, never to be seen again as there was no one to rescue her. However, the marriage was to be short-lived as even a master fighter from the school of the Seven Lucky Gods martial arts proved to be no match for Akan's pickle souffle surprise. As for the Tendo girl well, let's just say that the inhabitants of Nakonran, China were not happy to see their ruler done in by his bride's cooking. And so the anything goes ends. Soon Tendo became even more emotional, if such a thing were possible, after the loss of two of his daughters and his dojo. With the realization that his lifelong dream would never be fulfilled, there was no reason to go on. Soon afterwards, Sun committed suicide. The schools of the anything goes died with him. No one wanted to learn the discipline as it was connected with the infamy of Tako's eyes. The aftermath. Nabiki wiped her tears as the priest completed the ceremony and motioned for the pallbearers to lay her father's coffin in its final resting place. She could not believe that she was now alone. The last of her family was gone and there was just no need to stay in Nirima any longer. She then made her decision and a few weeks later, the family home was sold as the last of Tendo line departed for Osaka, hoping to bury her past and start anew. As this was happening in Nirima, a young okonomiyaki chef continued on with her mission of vengeance and retribution against the former childhood friend that she thought had betrayed her. However, that all came to an end when she one day encountered the mother of that said friend and learned of his disappearance and was assumed dead with his no-good father. As a result, the honor to the Kwanji family had been satisfied and Yukio was free to get on with her life as a girl. However, she never did forget her Ranchan and her return to womanhood would take a turn that no one would ever expect. All of this was of no consequence to the being that was still slumbering within the Radam pod, as his identity as Ranma was slowly being wiped from existence. Nodoka later remarried and went on to live a happy life with her new husband and family, still believing that her first child was dead. Perhaps it was best that way, for she would not recognize her son when he would finally emerge from the pool at Jusenkyo. That would not happen for a very, very long time. Eventually, each and every person who had known of Ranma was gone. Their bodies would be nothing more than dust by the time he would reappear. Due to the nature of the springs of Jusenkyo, the alien device was totally cut off from any outside sources of power, and it would take centuries before it could finally complete the transformation process. With the Radam gone, whatever emerged from that pod would be one of a kind. The planet Earth would go through many changes during this period. More wars would be fought as the people of the planet continued to fight among themselves. The landscape became devastated as mankind teetered on the brink of extinction due to global civil war. Then, it happened. The unstoppable force that had decimated even the mighty Radam had finally arrived. Whatever squabbles the humans had for one another was quickly cast aside in order to counter this new threat. However, due to the lack of resources from their own wars and conflicts, the people of Earth found themselves ill-prepared for the invaders. Soon, with their population at barely 1/100th of its original number of 6 billion, the humans were only left with two options: abandon their home planet, or keep on fighting. Before the invaders began their final onslaught, a fleet of hastily built colony ships were launched. Each ship had been designed to explore and terraform whatever planets they came across. Several hundred people did stay behind to fight the alien menace, using a new kind of crystalline fusion power source called pixies, which the humans had stolen from the enemy. They waged a valiant battle until finally, they managed to overcome their oppressors. However, the cost was enormous, and the remainder of humanity and the Earth were changed forever. What now inhabited the planet couldn't even be called human. By this time, the rest of Earth's survivors were long gone to the stars, and it would be decades before they would hear from their long-lost cousins. However, even out in the void of space, the humans would still fight among themselves. One ship in particular, the Ikazuchi, would soon become the focal point of a new conflict. Due to some arguments between the men and women of the crew, a fight broke out and the ship was split into two segments. One segment, which carried only men, 8 in all, crash-landed on a barren and desolate world. They had very little in technology, and would have to fall back on their more baser instincts to survive. The other segment, which housed only females, landed on a more hospitable planet, with nearly all their technology intact. These people would go on to build a new world in which only their gender would reign supreme. Who needed men? More years would pass, and the two sides would evolve civilizations and their own separate cultures. With the absence of the opposite gender, each side had to procreate by way of cloning methods. Furthermore, With the lack of women on the male planet of Tarak, and no men on the female planet of Megele, plus the hatred that both sides bred into their successors, it wasn't long before the people of both planets believed the opposite sex to be an alien species, despite the fact that they all originated from Earth. By the time of the third generations, the two worlds became locked in war once again. Back on Earth, 500 years after that fateful plunge, nearly all the pools of Jusenkyo were now either inactive or evaporated from war and the alien invasion. One pool remained intact. Now, with the magic of the waters finally fading away, the Radam machine began making up for lost time, and speeded up the process to convert the subject within into one of the mightiest warriors in the cosmos. Then, one day, it finally surfaced and broke open, releasing the person from his slumber. The pod exploded, scattering itty pus and fluids from within as a figure emerged naked from its depths. After using the last of its energy reserves to complete the process, the pod dissolved into a putrid, gooey mass, unable to reproduce itself to spread over the earth. Not that it mattered, since the planet was more or less unsuitable for most plants to be sustained. The being stood up and surveyed the area as he waded toward the edge of the pool. He was a tall figure, standing about 2 inches above 6 feet. His raven hair wafted gently in the evening breeze as he set foot on the dry ground. His build was lean but finely muscled, hinting at power and grace. His blue eyes scanned the landscape and noted the increased humidity as he glowed with a soft, green-white light. Occasionally, lines of red light would flash across his body, displaying the Tekkaman circuits that ran through his body, infusing every cell with quantum energy, and was also boosting his potential to generate ki to its highest levels. The young man raised a hand toward a large boulder that was nearby, simply focused his inner energies. His hand glowed and the lines within were briefly visible as a huge blast of ki with minute amounts of quantum energy exploded from his palm to reduce the solid granite rock into powder. The man looked down at his palm and contemplated it for a moment. What would have taken a trained martial artist a lifetime to accomplish, took him only seconds. The person who was once Ranma would have taken some time to develop his own ki projectile, even with his formerly amazing ability to learn techniques quickly. The Radam pod had, in a way, put Ranma through the equivalent of 100 lifetimes of martial arts training, with its biological alterations and enhancements of his body. His strength, reflexes, recuperative powers and all his other physical attributes had been enhanced to inhuman levels. He was what the Nazis of World War I had strived to create, the superior human. Despite having slumbered in the pod for more than 5 centuries, Ranma looked to be around 17 years old, and his face had become more angular and defined. The Radam device had slowed down the aging process in order to make the necessary changes to his biostructure. The only detail that the pod left from his original body was the thin scar on his face that he had received when he was 6 during the catfist training. That mark did not detract from his appearance, but made him more rugged looking. The pod thought that the mark was of no consequence and did nothing to change it. However, its mission to totally convert Ranma into a servant of the Radam was never realized. With nothing left of that alien race, the individual had his own free will and was permanently in control of the power that the pod had given to him. Due to the interfering magical energies of Jusenkyo and the intense spiritual training Ranma had undergone, the pod had been unable to wipe out every memory of his former self. Ranma could not remember the details of his former life or even his own name, but he did still remember the rules of being a martial artist, which included defending the weak and innocent. As a result, the former heir to the Anything Goes had no desire to subjugate anyone, though he had more than enough power to do so. He was confused and alone. All the people that knew him were gone. There were no Radam masters to serve, therefore, he was on his own. In his mind, he kept on hearing a name that was not his, yet sounded so right to him. Slade. 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 Is that who I am? He looked back down to his hand and began focusing on it. A bright flash of light appeared and something materialized in his palm. It was about the size of a baseball and glittered in the moonlight. Ranma's, Slade's emerald Tekkaman crystal glowed with power as the young man considered it for a moment. In his mind, he began receiving silent instructions in his mind that had been left by the pod. This was supposed to be the key to his transformation process. When not in use, it was kept in a subspace pocket. Transformation? What does it mean? Slade wondered as he held the crystal aloft to gaze at it. His eyes then narrowed as he clutched the object in his hand and shouted out one phrase. Tekkadread. Instantly, the crystal flashed and pulsated with energy as Slade was engulfed by that light. He had called upon the universal forces of time and space which began his incredible metamorphosis. A tiny glowing symbol that resembled his crystal appeared on his forehead. The Tekkaman circuit lines ran over his body and glowed as sections of alien metal appeared and attached themselves to his flesh. His body became endowed with impenetrable armor, by human standards, and was given quantum energy weapons. His already superhuman abilities were further increased as the process continued. In less than a few seconds, the one who was formerly Ranma had disappeared. Only Tekkaman Slade remained. The Tekkaman now stood at a height of over 7 feet and looked like some kind of space-age knight. His shoulders had huge armored epaulets and his helmet looked like an insect's head. Though he was massive, his body retained its graceful, sleek lines and he looked like was built more for speed rather than brute power. On his back, a couple of narrow nacelles opened up and low-density plasma engines fired up. Soon the Tekkaman was airborne and streaking off into the heavens at several times the speed of sound. Slade decided to do a quick survey of the planet, and saw that it was not a very hospitable place. Nearly all of the surface was flooded by heavy rainstorms with only a few small land masses, including the place where Jusenkyo once stood. A huge metal framework of gears, cams and levers surrounded the planet, with one large bulge on the northern hemisphere. That particular area was where the Earth's moon had been engulfed. The interior of the frame housed a few sprawling cities, but Slade had no interest in visiting them. With constant rainstorms occurring between the frame and the planet's surface, the Earth was like one huge washing machine. It was a very dismal existence indeed. After deciding that the Earth was no longer fit for human or any other life form, the Tekkaman then made a beeline for the stars, in search of his destiny in the cosmos. Several months later, in a factory on Tarak, Slade sighed as he sat down at the table and gazed at his lunch. Food on Tarak consisted of nutrition pellets which tasted awful, though they did provide 300 hours of energy for labor. With Slade's hyper-metabolic rate as a Tekkaman, he couldn't really complain. This was all there was to eat on Tarak. For the past few months, he had been soaring the spaceways, stopping periodically on any planet to rest and replenish his stores of energy. He had taken various shortcuts through space warps and such, to traverse great distances. With no Radam influences, the Earth Tekkaman could stay in his transformed state for as long as he wished, without losing control. Though his powers did use up tremendous energy, he had seen many things during his interstellar travels and had encountered hundreds of different alien races. He had endured many battles and was well versed in the ways of combat, both in his human form and his transformed state. The Tekkaman had arrived on Tarak some time ago and had set himself up as a third-class worker. He had no intention of spending the rest of his life on this world as a menial laborer. He had only taken this job in order to stock up on energy and rest. Soon, he would move on. As of now, he had been taking part in assembling the planet's newest weapons, the Van-type Vangatas, or Vandreads as they were called. These machines were large, humanoid mechs that were 25 to 30 feet in height and sported a variety of close-quarters melee weapons. They were primitive in comparison to his Tekkaman armor, but the work was steady, and provided him with 3 meals a day and a roof over his head. He had also learned much about the culture of this world and was somewhat disgusted by it. The men were totally ignorant of their so-called sworn enemies, women. They pictured women as hideous monsters that devoured the innards of their victims and sucked the life out of men. Every person that Slade had met described females as ugly, terrible beasts that should be destroyed as soon as they were seen. Never mind the fact that they had never seen a woman before. It was all just rumors and propaganda generated by the government. However, Slade knew what they were. They came from the same place he came from after all. So did the men of Tarak. He still remembered what a female was. The lessons he had learned as Ranma were still with him, though his memories of his past life were all but shadows in his mind. He knew about the birds and the bees from his travels, though he mentioned none of this to the other men. It wasn't his place, and he'd probably scare the living daylights out of them if he did. The men of Tarak were arrogant and extremely prideful. They disregarded many important factors as they continued to wage war against their relatively unknown enemy. For one thing, the women had superior technology and tactics, while the men were just barely making it in space travel. The female space pirates had decimated the Tarak space fleet and were raiding transport ships at will. The men were focusing all their resources on war, instead of concentrating on improving their planet and their lifestyles. Technology that could have benefited medical, agricultural and scientific research was instead being used to wage senseless battle against an enemy that they were trained to hate since birth. And with every battle, the men lose a little more of what few resources they possessed. Though they still persisted because of that overwhelming pride. Sometimes, he wondered if he had ever been like that before being transformed. Though Slade did understand their need to overcome the ones who attacked them, he also understood that they were fighting a losing battle. However, it was not his place nor his world to interfere. Once he got enough food and rest, he would depart and leave this system. There were other worlds out there for him to explore, and new challenges that awaited him. Though as a martial artist and fighter, he did have that instinct for combat, and at times wanted to pit his might against the women. However, he knew that it would be no contest. The women had impressive technology, but that didn't compare to the power of a Tekkaman. He didn't like beating up on the weak. Just then, he cast his attention over to a vid screen where the High Prime Minister of Tarak was giving his speech. Apparently, in addition to the van types, another huge project was nearing completion. It had been the colony ship that had brought them into this world in the first place. However, the Ikazuchi had been rebuilt as a battle cruiser and would soon be launched to be the flagship of the new space fleet in just a few hours. At that point, Slade made a decision. Why wait any longer? And why waste any of his own power, when he could just hitch the ride aboard that ship? Without finishing his meal, he got up and left the cafeteria of the factory, heading toward the small domicile that he was currently residing in. 30 minutes later, after collecting what few belongings he had into a travel bag and slinging it over his shoulder, he began to make his way toward the military base. Thanks to the martial arts and thieving skills he had learned from his previous life under Jusenkyo, he easily made it past the guards and security and was soon inside the great battleship as it stood ready on the launching pad. After an hour of wandering through the bowels of the huge craft, he finally found a place where he could sleep until the ship was deep in space. From there he could fly out an airlock and be on his way. The place appeared to be a large storage room, which was filled with rows and rows of the new mech that the men had built. Though they were primitive, Slade felt a bit of a kinship with them. They were weapons of war, just as he was created to be an instrument of war. Setting his bag off to one side, he sat down and leaned against the leg of one of the huge machines. Folding his arms over his chest, he soon drifted off to sleep. As the Ikazuchi was being prepped for a launch, other individuals were hard at work. Out near the orbit of Megele, a group of space pirates were preparing for the biggest score of their careers. Their target, the Ikazuchi. Now the stage was set with one factor that pirates had not counted on. The last Tekkaman in the universe was snoozing aboard their intended prey. End of prologue. Author's notes. Well, that's it for the prologue. I know that it was long, but I had to fill out some gaps and such. As one may have guessed, there is no Hibiki Tokai and Ranma as Slade. We'll be making quite an impact as this new series commences. For those of you who are wondering, yes, Ranma is acting OC, but he has been transformed and only a few of his traits will emerge from time to time, making some interesting character interactions. Also keep in mind that without Genma's influence or awakens, Ranma will be quite different from the one we all know. As for what had happened to the Nirima wrecking crew, well, no Ranma. That meant that things that would have happened never did and disasters that could have been prevented were not. End of discussion. After watching the entire Vandread series and also Tekkaman Blade and Tekkaman Blade I decided to make a few changes, such as the title. I'll be using the Tekkaman Blade references, except for the name Slade, which I like better than D-Boy, though you may expect that name to pop up. As for the storyline, this fanfic will mostly follow the Vandread series, with a few key changes. I won't be retelling Vandread word for word, and there will be a few surprises that many of my readers won't be expecting. That's what fanfics are all about, right? 1. I couldn't resist this quip after reading Shade's private bed number sign 10 * chapter 2 * chapter 1, Boys vs. Girls Tekkadread disclaimer, Ranma 1/2, Tekkaman Blade and Vandread all belong to their respective creators, so it's no fault of mine. Thoughts. Chapter 1 Boys vs. Girls. On the distant, all-male planet of Tarak, the Prime Minister and Supreme Commander of the Tarak Space Force was finishing up his speech before the graduating team of cadets. Behind him loomed the former colony ship, now battle cruiser and flagship, the Ikazuchi. And so, my fellow warriors, we shall go forth and crush the enemy of our beloved empire. The empire that our forefathers, including our great-grandpa, had brought forth those many years ago. We shall annihilate the accursed monsters known as women. With the combined strengths of the second and third generations, we shall triumph over our greatest enemies. We shall prove to all the great manliness that is our heritage. With our new weapons and the return of the mighty Ikazuchi, we cannot. No. We shall not fail. There was a roaring ovation as the raw new recruits cheered on their leader. Near the front of the crowds was a long-haired individual with a calm, collective demeanor. His face betrayed no emotion as he and the rest of the cadets continued to listen to the Prime Minister. We shall at last reclaim our place in the stars, by first wiping out the scourge of pirates that have been harassing our transports. Why wait until the designated time? Let us go forth now. The crowds gave off another round of applause and cheering. The engineering section of the Ikazuchi. What? He's starting 2 hours early. A technician gasped. All crews, to your stations, the head engineer ordered. The engineering crews of the battleship scrambled like mad to prepare for takeoff. The engine room was like a beehive as men buzzed about to fulfill their duties. Huge mechanisms whined and creaked as the massive craft began powering up. The barracks started filling up as the cadets quickly boarded the Ikazuchi. In less than 15 minutes, the ship was ready to leave the planet as the Prime Minister and his command staff came onto the main bridge. Then the massive thrusters that would propel the ship to the stars fired up. The entire flagship thrummed with power as it readied to leave the planet's surface. Outside, the crowds watched in anticipation as the crowning achievement of manhood was about to take their war with women to the stars. Then the massive engines noted in a huge blast light, lifting the ship off the ground and caused it to slowly gain altitude. On the ground, near the launch site, an old man wiped his sweaty brow as he looked up from the fields he was working. As he watched the massive craft rise towards the heavens, he began to have a certain feeling that the Ikazuchi was about to be cast into a role that would determine the destinies of both his world and that of Megele. A moment later, he went back to working the dry and almost desolate soil of Tarak. Deep within the belly of the Ikazuchi, a lone space warrior was awoken from his slumber against the leg of a Vandread. The vibrations of the ship had roused him and he casually looked about. The large room was still dark, save for a few indicator lights and such, and there was not a single soul as far as Slade could see. He then looked to an observation porthole and saw that the ship was rising. We're going already? Ah, it's just as well. I wanted to get back into space anyway. I'll just sleep for a little longer, then be on my way. With that in mind, the Tekkaman returned to Slade. Several hours later, in orbit around Tarak, the liftoff had proceeded without a hitch and the mighty battleship was soon in synchronous orbit around the men's home world, awaiting for its escort fleet to join with them. On board the craft in the main hall, the cadets of the Tarak Space Force were busy enjoying the inauguration ceremonies as they drank and conversed with each other. I can't wait to get into battle. Those new vanguards will put those women in their places. Say, after all this is over, do you want to make a kid? A kid with you? That's not a bad idea. As the celebration continued, a cadet by the name of Puero McFile stood with two other cadets. Hey, Puero. I hear that you made the top of your class. The long-haired man simply nodded as he took another sip of his wine. Yeah, you'll probably be assigned to the headquarters. Another cadet remarked. I hear that he left the position line of his submissions entry form completely blank. A third cadet said. Just then, another cadet walked in on them, holding a box of pink and white-colored pellets. Hey guys! Is everyone having a good time? The group looked at the newcomer, who looked totally out of place on a military ship. He was a skinny individual with a shock of blonde hair. His voice was whiny and he seemed to be full of himself as he offered the men some of his nutrition pills. Here. These pellets are made of far superior ingredients than the other companies. But as a favor, I'm letting you all have a free sample. The cadets gave the newcomer a nervous look as they gave him their reply. Thanks, but no thanks. Yeah, I'm full already. Thanks for the offer. Bart gave a hurt look, then shrugged. Gee, that's too bad. You might not get another chance to eat this good again. He then turned his attention to some other cadets and tried to sell them on the new pellet. Who is that guy? One cadet asked. His father owns Karsu's Foods. Let's just say that his family is keeping us all fed and leave it at that. Geez, I'm getting heartburn just thinking about it. Just then, the lights went down as an announcer began addressing the assembled personnel. The crowds directed their attention to a movie screen which began showing images of the military's latest weapon, the van-type fighter. The announcer then began giving a brief documentary on the mecha. Stab, pierce, and slay. With these various accessories, the Tekkaman van-type fighter is a weapon unto itself. It is the front-line weapon of our military. Be it the sea, the air, the mountains, the plains. There is no terrain that our great weapon cannot traverse. The new vanguards are the new beacons of hope for our people. Let's give a big hand for our latest weapons. There was a standing ovation as the cadets cheered for their latest tools against the women. Then the lights turned back on and a section of floor near the podium opened up. A large elevator platform rose up with more than 24 of the completed vanguards on it. The applause and cheering stopped as the men saw him. Slade was roused again from his slumber as the floor of the storage room began to move. His eyes blinked open when a hatch above him opened and light flooded into the area. He then felt the entire floor begin to rise, carrying him and the vanguards upward. He quickly got to his feet and slung his travel bag over his shoulder. When the platform reached the top, he suddenly found himself staring back at a large crowd of military cadets. This wasn't good. Who is that? Look at him. It's a third-class citizen. What's he doing on board? In the crowds, Guero McFile assessed the stranger. He noted that the intruder wasn't at all like any third-class citizen he had ever seen. Slade was in excellent physical condition, with a lean, but finely muscled form. His clothes were well kept, unlike the shabby garb that third-class citizens usually wore. He wore white pants, red boots and a crimson jacket with black trim. His raven hair was in a kind of shaggy style with a small ponytail. He had the most intriguing blue eyes that he had ever seen. The scar on his face also added to his appearance, making him seem more rugged. Around his neck was a knit tag that clearly denoted his rank, but the young doctor couldn't believe that he was a third class. There was just something about him. Just then, the ship's security guards began approaching the stranger to arrest him. However, the stranger was not going to go quietly as he dropped his bag and got into a defensive stance. Then the guards attacked with stun batons, hoping to overwhelm the intruder by sheer numbers. That was when the men of Tarak got their first glimpse of the Anything Goes School of Martial Arts. Slade instantly went into action as his body automatically went into defense mode. Swerving left to avoid a blow to his flank, he pivoted on one foot and tagged the guard in the head with a spin kick. Ducking under another swing to his temple, he came back up and let loose with a series of fast jabs, laying low to more opponents. When 3 more guards charged at him, Slade made a stunning reverse spin kick, toppling the trio like dominoes. Grabbing the arm of another guard, he swung him around to knock him into 2 more of his own comrades. In less than 5 seconds, he had already incapacitated 9 military men. Though his memories of his former life of Ranma was all but gone, the psychomotor reflexes and hand-to-hand combat skills of his 10-year training journey still remained, which were being boosted with the hidden power of a Tekkaman. Just as Slade leapt back to get more fighting room, he suddenly heard the distinctive click of weapons being aimed at him. He looked behind him and saw that 10 of the guards had brought out their rifles and leveled them at him. He looked out in front of him and saw 5 more do the same. He began considering his options. Now he could try fighting them as he currently was, or call forth his crystal and transform. After a long, tension-filled minute, he decided on option 3. He raised his hands in a non-threatening gesture and surrendered without a word. It wasn't that he was afraid of the guards or had any doubts if he could defeat them while unarmed. It was that he didn't want people to know exactly what he was capable of. "Comrade," he said simply. Slade was quickly surrounded on all sides and his hands were bound in a set of wrist restraints. He was quickly ushered off toward the detention areas to be held until the upper brass decided on his fate, which was likely to be execution. Through it all, the former Earthling showed no fear or concern. This lack of fear intrigued Poirot as he watched the intruder get taken away. Normally, third-class citizens were low in self-esteem and were afraid of their masters. However, this one carried himself with an unspoken confidence and seemed sure that he could handle anything. After seeing that display of physical prowess, the young doctor wondered how a third-class citizen could be so well trained in unarmed combat. If it wasn't for his id tag, the medic would have mistaken him for one of the elite. "Keep an eye on him, Subunit 6. The guard ordered as a squat, oval-shaped mechanoid hovered near the laser bars of Slade's cell. The bridge was in actuality a storage room. The men of Tarak had not been planning on taking any prisoners in their war with the women. "Beep, beep, Roger," the robot replied as it took up its position in front of the cell. As the guards left, Slade looked about the area. It was relatively cluttered with boxes, crates, spare parts and so on. He sat on the floor in a cross-legged position with his hands out in front, still bound by the wrist restraints. If he wanted, he could easily snap the bonds like paper, but had decided to bide his time. His gaze then fell on his guard. The machine was about the size of a small dog, and it had a large projection screen cut into its top half, with a small console out in front. The robot floated by means of an anti-gravity field and remained glued to its post. Slade growled slightly but kept his peace. Naturally, he wasn't going to stick around long enough to be executed. He figured that one quick blast of ki and quantum energy would be enough to get out of his cell. And if he aimed right, he could destroy that robot guard in the process. However, he didn't feel like obliterating the thing as it was simply fulfilling its programming. He'd just wait for the most opportune moment to make his escape. Until then. So, come here often? Slade asked nonchalantly. Beep. Beep. That does not compute. On the main bridge. Cancel the exhibition match, the Prime Minister said as he sat down in the captain's chair. That third-class trash ruined the ceremony. Yes, sir. An aide saluted. On the main view screen, several other ships of the Tarak space fleet was moving into position with the Ikazuchi. It wasn't long before the fleet would be in position to launch its first strike against its most hated nemesis. It was then that several small, but bright dots of light came streaking out of the void of space. WHABOM. The floor of Slade's cell shook as a massive explosion rocked the section of the ship he was in. This caused the robot guard to temporarily lose its balance. It suddenly pitched forward and slammed into the energy grid of Slade's cell, causing it to short-circuit itself and the grid. The energy bars weakened in intensity, but remained in place. Slade went to a porthole and saw bright flares of laser and cannon fire light up the star-studded background. He shrugged. It wasn't exactly what he had in mind, but a surprise attack by the women would be the perfect diversion to make his escape. Though a part of him wanted to get involved in the battle, he silently reminded himself that this wasn't his fight and he shouldn't interfere. Raising his cuffed hands, he simply pulled them apart, and the restraint snapped like thread. Raising one hand toward the energy grid, he focused his ki through the techno-organic circuits that ran through his body. The circuits on his arms briefly became visible as he let loose with a minute burst of ki and quantum energy. The front of the cell was totally blown apart as the energy bars were overwhelmed and the projectors on the sides of the doorway were fried. Slade calmly exited his cell, pausing to pick up his travel bag which the guards had left near one corner of the storage room. Just as he was about to leave, he turned back toward the fallen robot and contemplated it. Beep bleep. Beep. Beep. Though it was only a machine, Slade couldn't help but feel sorry for it and decided to take it along. Perhaps he could get it running again, with some minor reprogramming of course. During the time he worked in the factory, he had learned quite a bit about electronics and mechanical repair. On the main bridge. What's going on? I thought I ordered the exhibition to be cancelled. A lieutenant replied from his station. Sir, it's not an exhibition. It's the women. They've launched a surprise attack. What? In the vacuum of space, the sleek dread fighters of the female pirates were running rings around their technologically inferior adversaries. The slow-moving turrets of the male warships could not traverse fast enough to draw a bead on their nimble targets. Each dread fighter easily evaded the enemy barrage and some of the male ships were hit by friendly fire. However, the most damage being dished out was from the dread pilots as they strafed the escort ships and made their way toward the flagship. One after another, the smaller vessels were either destroyed or incapacitated, leaving the Ikazuchi to defend itself. Some distance away, the main pirate vessel stood by and observed the battle. Though everyone on board was ready to intervene, it seemed that the Dread fighters had everything under control. On the main bridge, an extremely old woman in robes smiled as she and her second witnessed the one-sided fight. "It seems that we've come across a big one," the second remarked. The captain nodded. "Yes, it seems that today is our lucky day." On the bridge of the Ikazuchi, the Prime Minister gritted his teeth as he was informed that two more of the escort's ships had been destroyed. What deplorable tactics! They're hiding in the background fire. His first officer saluted him. "What are we going to do, sir?" "Launch the vanguards," the Ikazuchi's commander barked. "But most of them are just trainees," the Prime Minister snarled. "If we lose this fight because we didn't use our new weapons, then we shall bring shame upon our forefather grandpa." The scramble order was given, causing every available cadet to hurry toward the launch areas. Some of them boarded the vanguards that had been set up in the main hall. A speaker then came to life, switching to sub-zero gravity to deploy the vanguards. In an instant, tables, chairs and other items began floating off the floor. Under one such table, a certain heir to Garsu's foods also became airborne. "Sir, some of the launching mechanisms are offline." "I don't care," the Prime Minister replied. "Launch all available vanguards." Emerging from certain areas of the Ikazuchi, several of the humanoid battle machines managed to make it into space. However, with just raw recruits for pilots, the highly vaunted vanguards were nothing more than animated debris to the dreads. Some managed to latch onto the fighters as they passed by, but they could do very little to stop the onslaught. "Eek! What are these things? They're getting in my way!" A dread pilot screamed as two of the vanguards pounded on her canopy. The dread leader kept her calm as she replied, "Don't worry about the vanguards. Just concentrate on the enemy flagship." "Roger." A trio of dreads followed their leader as they made a strafing run at the Ikazuchi. A section of the outer hull exploded and the fighters zoomed into the new opening. "Hull breach in Sector 5. A petty officer declared as the emergency walls closed to prevent precious air from escaping into space. The fighters barreled through the ship's corridors and landed in the main cargo bay. The canopies opened up and the pilots disembarked to secure the area. They were dressed in formless suits and their helmets were like monstrous face masks, designed to put fear in the hearts of their enemies. Bart tumbled out from his hiding place, which incidentally was the base of the statue of Grandpa. He cried out in terror as he got his first look at his race's mortal enemies. "Those things are women." Just then, another ship came through the hull breach at breakneck speed. However, this craft seemed to be less skillfully piloted than the others. "I don't want to die." Bart then scrambled back into the statue. The ship flashed by him, knocking off the head of the statue. The cowardly cadet poked his head up through the top hole. Inside the main reactor room of the ship, Slade was crossing a walkway with his travel bag over his left shoulder and the robot under the arm. He looked over the side and saw that the Pixie's crystal power source was humming with power. Slade suddenly stopped when he was halfway across the room. For a moment, he felt a strange sensation wash over him. At that one instant, it felt as if the reactor was somehow calling to him. He then shook his head at the ridiculous notion. The machine simply used a huge crystal for power to run the ship by collecting the photons that were given off as the Pixie's expanded excess energy. It wasn't as if the thing was actually alive, right? It was at that moment that Slade decided to transform. Holding out his other hand, he made his Tekka crystal appear. The dread fighter was careening out of control as it sped through the passageway. I can't stop, the pilot cried out as she found herself hurtling toward a wall. In desperation, she began firing her ship's cannons. In the reactor room, TKSE. KBOOM. Slade suddenly found himself thrown back as a wall exploded. He lost his grip on his bag, the robot, and most importantly, his Tekka crystal, as something large plowed through the bulkhead. Then everything went dark. The Ikazuchi's main bridge. Minister, you mustn't do this. The commander of the now decimated space fleet of Tarak shook his head as he grabbed hold of a large lever. We cannot afford to let this entire ship fall into the hands of those pirates. I must at least save the new sections of the ship. Before everything is lost, I will separate the old from the new. With these words, he pushed the lever forward. Throughout the Ikazuchi, several series of explosive charges went off, causing the new sections of the ship to disengage from the original vessel. Within the barracks of the older ship, scores of cadets watched in horror as they witnessed their leaders abandoning them. The one known as Tuero showed no fear. He knew that for all their brave talk, the brass were nothing more than hypocrites. Back in the Pixie's chamber, Slade slowly began coming around. His vision was blocked by something that was lying on top of him and he reached up with a hand to feel around. He encountered something that was round, warm and squishy. Oh, if this is what I think it is. He quickly threw off whatever was on top of him and scrambled backward. Wait! He stopped as he heard the voice and then watched as the person he had pushed removed her helmet. Megele was more excited than she had ever been before as she removed her helmet. Her bright eyes twinkled as she shook her long mane of auburn hair. She had a decorative hairpiece that looked like a tiara. Wow! It's a real alien. Slade was confused. Weren't they basically the same species? Huh? Who are you calling an alien? Ida paid no attention to Slade's words as she raised the hand and began making some simple gestures with it. When Slade mimicked those hand signals, she became even more excited. I did it. It worked. I made first contact. No doubt in Slade's mind. This terrible enemy of Tarak was a ditz. Though he had to admit, she was pretty. The martial artist quickly got to his feet and began looking about. "Where's my crystal?" "There." He spotted his most precious possession lying on the floor several meters away. He then raised a hand to it. Dinah's eyes became even wider as she looked at what the alien was holding his hand out to. She glimpsed a sparkle of green light, which instantly winked out and then reappeared in his hand to form a crystalline object. She began applauding. "Wow! Alien power is amazing. Do it again." The Tekkaman was not in the mood to do circus tricks. Sweeping up his travel bag and the robot, he then leapt down to a lower tier. "Die!" Dinah quickly removed her spacesuit, revealing a very cute blouse and skirt ensemble. She then rummaged about her suit for her camera. "Wait! I want to take a picture." It didn't take the pirates long to take over the old section of the ship. In the barracks, the men were being herded at gunpoint toward the escape pods. As Tuero walked with them, he began listening on the conversation between the females as they disrobed their heavy suits. "I know that it's a disinfectant, but I don't think that I'll ever get used to the smell," Jura commented. She was a tall, voluptuous woman of 20 with long, lush, blonde hair. She wore a very snug dress with a plunging neckline and a slit on either side, showing off her fabulous legs. "Has anyone seen Dinah?" Mia asked. She was an athletic girl of 19 with light aqua hair cropped short in a boyish style. Over her left eye she wore a kind of metal circlet. She was dressed in a form-fitting bodysuit that emphasized her curves. The last I saw of her, she had crashed through the bulkhead and... "Ow!" Barnett glared at her comrade Piley. Barnett was Jura's best friend and wingmate, and she sported a lush figure and wore an outfit that had an open front to display her bosom's cleavage. She had dark, greenish hair that was also cropped short. "Watch it, Piley. My skin is very delicate, you know." She frowned as she looked down at the wound on her arm. The burn she received from the enemy's shots when it penetrated her spacesuit's tongue, and she knew that there would be a scar after the wound healed. She became a bit distraught as she realized that her perfect skin was not permanently blemished. "Just try to endure it," the apprentice nurse replied as she continued to add disinfectant to the wound. Nearby, several other pirates waited to be treated. "Nurses are supposed to be more sensitive," Barnett complained. "I am," Piley assured. She was only 11 years old with long, dark purple hair that was tied up into odongos like a certain meatball head we know of. She was Pirate's medical officer, though Duero could tell that she wasn't very good at it. She had promise, but lacked the proper training and knowledge to treat her patients effectively. As the men were being forced into the escape pods, Mia went toward one of the holes in the walls. She then called to Jura. "Jura, I'm going to go look for Dinah." The blonde shrugged. "This is the reason why I didn't want to bring along a trainee. We're short-handed enough as it is." Mia snapped back. "If you didn't want to come along, then you should have said so." "Oh, all right. I'm coming." Meanwhile, on another part of the old ship, 3 more pirates made their way into what appeared to be a sub-bridge. After taking off their suits, they began exploring the consoles. "Oh my! I can't read a word of this," Ezra remarked as the screens showed nothing but the language of Tarak. She was a quiet girl with brown hair and gentle demeanor. She was usually one of the bridge crew of their ship, but the first officer had insisted that she come with her and the chief engineer. "No problem," Parfait said as she brought out a device. She had large, oversized glasses and her dark brown hair was tied up into large braids. "I knew that something like this might happen, so that's why I made this interpreto. I'll make one up for you to Commander." However, Kuzum was not even interested as she casually began downloading the computer's data to their command ship. She was a statuesque woman with silver blonde hair and wore something that looked like a harem's outfit. As she continued to download, she spoke into a communicator. "Have all the men been immobilized? Good, then dump them." "Huh? You already know how to read this," Parfait gasped. "That's the elite for you." Ezra shrugged. "Darn. And I worked so hard in making this thing too. Hey! What are you doing?" Guero simply ignored the pirate as he reached into a locker and pulled out his trench coat. "Get into the capsule now," the pirate demanded. "There's time enough for that later," the medic replied as he turned around. "Do as you're told, or I'll shoot." She emphasized her point by leveling her blaster at him. "I'm no threat to you," Guero said simply as he had Piley and her patient. "I happen to be a doctor." This immediately caught the attention of the pirates. An expert physician was something that the female corsairs sorely needed, since Piley was still just an apprentice nurse. However, they were still uneasy about the thought about letting a man touching them. "Go away," Slade said simply as he tried to distance himself from the girl who was following him wherever he went. "Wait. Let's just sit down and have a little chat," Ida called as she took a few snapshots of Slade. The martial artist groaned as he looked about for a way out of the pixie's chamber. He had thought about blasting his way out, but that would be hazardous, being in close proximity to the reactor. So he thought that he might find an exit, but with this girl continually pestering him, it hadn't been easy. He was tempted to just blow her away, but she wasn't a threat and that innocence of hers made him so. "We're really a peaceful race. Whatever. Where's an airlock when you need one?" Some distance from the old segment of the ship, the newer section was in orbit near Tarak. On the bridge, the Prime Minister's pride was severely bruised at the moment. This was supposed to have been his greatest moment, but those pirates made a mockery of his space fleet. They were even letting their prisoners go in the escape pods, but he wasn't fooled by their attempt at pity. However, he knew just the thing to get back at them. "Prepare to fire the space torpedo, Murimasa." "Minister, are you actually going to destroy the old section of the ship?" his first officer asked in disbelief. The Prime Minister did not reply as he glared angrily at the main viewer. I'd rather destroy it with my own hands than let it fall in the hands of women. On the underbelly of the new section, a large door opened and a cylindrical object was lowered. On the old section, Ezra gasped as she looked at the readout and saw the danger. "There's a missile being locked onto us." Kuzum relayed the message to her captain. The aged woman nodded as she replied, "I see it. Losing the ship would be a shame, but let's get out of here." The order to evacuate was given and the pirate ship began laying down covering fire as it moved toward the Ikazuchi's old section to retrieve its crew. Meanwhile, Guero was just finishing his ministrations on the last patient. "There, that should do it." He secured the bandage on Barnett's arm and nodded. With the added medication, there wouldn't even be a scar. The medic then contemplated Barnett with a natural curiosity. Like most men on Tarak, he had never seen a woman before and she was quite different from the propaganda films. Barnett became extremely agitated at his gaze. "What? Do you find something interesting about me?" "Actually, I do. Don't expect any thanks." "I don't. I suppose I'll go now." Behind him, Piley was busy writing down on a notepad. He touched a total of 5 girls. The pirate ship flew to the underside of the old Ikazuchi and connected a boarding tube to it. The crew extraction commenced, but time was running out. "Isn't the missile ready yet?" the Prime Minister growled. "Sir, it's still in the process of fueling. It has more than enough. Fire!" At that command, the Moor missile was launched, followed by a second torpedo. "What's the status, PC?" the pirate captain demanded. "Crew extraction is nearly complete," Kuzum replied. "I'm the only one left on my team. 3 under Mia's team haven't reported in yet. We'll let them return on their dreads. Get back here on the double." "Roger." The reactor room. "What part of go away don't you understand?" Slade was at the end of his patience. He had tolerated Dinah's pestering long enough. He was about to say to hell with it all, transform and blast his way out. That was when Mia and Juran arrived on the scene. The Dread leader called out to her wayward subordinate and then grabbed her by the shoulders. "Dinah, what are you doing? You know better than to go off on your own." "I'm sorry, Mia." Dinah apologized as she took one last look at her first alien. Slade let off a relieved sigh and went back to the business of getting out. As he walked off, he was given a casual once-over by Jura. "Not too bad, for a man. I like the shoulders." She then shook her head. She was from Megele and men were the enemy. Where did that come from? "I don't like men." All 3 accounted for. "We're leaving now on our dreads," Mia said to her communicator as she and her subordinates ran toward their ships. However, just as Mia and Jura were lifting off, Dinah ran into one tiny problem. "Oh no. My dread is stuck and I can't get out." It was true. With the front wedged tightly in the hole to the reactor room, the fighter was effectively trapped. On the other side of the wall, Slade was about to transform when he saw the problem. He had to make a decision. He could just transform and escape imminent destruction, leaving the girl to die, or, though he was no longer Ranma, he still felt the desire to protect the innocent, and this girl certainly qualified. Though it meant cutting it close, he decided to do the honorable thing. Raising one hand toward the dread, he focused his power and fired a tight blast at a space below the twin booms of Dinah's fighter. The bulkhead gave way, enlarging the hole and freeing the dread. In her cockpit, Dinah gasped at the act of kindness and the power the alien had displayed. "Wow! You're a really cool alien." Slade simply shrugged as he held up his Tekka crystal. Mia and Jura breathed out in relief as they saw Dinah's dread move back out of the hole. Since they were on the other side, they had not witnessed how the ship had gotten loose. Not that they had time to think about it. They had just started their escape when they realized that they were too late. The pirate ship. "We can't avoid a direct hit," one of the bridge crew declared. "Hit or miss, it's our destiny," the old captain said as she prepared for the worst. Tekkadread. Just as Slade's transformation began, the missiles hit, causing a massive explosion that engulfed both ships. On the new section of the Ikazuchi, "Minister, we're losing mass." The commander nodded with satisfaction as he witnessed both ships being engulfed into a kind of vacuum and disappeared from sight. "I hope you enjoy the taste of defeat." Slade found himself falling in a sea of greenish blue. His body felt as if it were on fire as energy flooded his entire being. The sensation was unlike anything he had ever felt before, and yet it did not feel painful as he felt an unknown presence nearby and making him feel more relaxed. As he fell, Slade saw that he wasn't alone. 3 others were falling with him, and as darkness enveloped him once again, he saw an image of something that would forever shape his future. It resembled his Tekkaman form, but was larger. Then the last image he saw was that of a certain girl as he heard the words, "Mr. Alien." To be continued. Author's notes. Yes, I know that this sounds like the first episode of Vandread, but rest assured that more changes will occur as time goes on. The revision is relatively minor as I filled out a few things and changed some terms. Chapter 3 Chapter 2, Where Are We Now? Tekkadread disclaimer, Ranma, Tekkaman Blade and Vandread belong to some other people, but I used them anyway. Thoughts. Chapter 2, Where Are We Now? Slade was dreaming. At least, he thought he was. That's what it felt like as he saw himself being surrounded by countless images. Some of the images were of the places and beings that he had met during his voyages through space. However, most of those mental pictures were from his earliest memories that had been eroded by the centuries he had spent in the Tekkapod. He could only make out blurred forms of people that he had seen during his childhood. One image was that of a kind-looking woman with brown hair. Another was of a fat man in white with a kerchief over his head. He also saw a small child with odd-shaped weapons in its hands. Then a very terrifying scene of himself as a child, Standing in the darkness as dozens of red eyes glared at him from the shadows, he felt as if he was being swallowed up in that void as the eyes closed in on him. Many light years from Megele and Tarak, the pirate ship and the old section of the Ikazuchi violently reappeared in space. Both vessels were severely damaged, but the older one began giving off tendrils of light from its Pixie's reactor core. On board the bridge of the pirate ship, the crew began to rouse themselves. Woo! This doesn't feel like the afterlife. Where are we? Magnovision, age 108, and captain of the pirates looked about. Her bridge crew were regaining consciousness and didn't seem any worse for wear. Then the ship shuddered as something took hold of it. Magno looked at the main view screen and gasped as she saw that the old section of the Ikazuchi was moving as if it were alive. It was sending out strange crystal-like arms that were collecting all the debris and incorporating them into itself, including the pirate ship. What's it trying to do? Is the crystal trying to swallow the entire ship? The two vessels became linked by a thick stem of crystal as the Ikazuchi's belly merged with the top of the pirate vessel. Inside the female ship, the sections began undergoing their own metamorphosis as the pixies began infusing all circuits, cables and mechanisms. The women worked desperately to stop it, but it wasn't long before the craft was completely engulfed. A few minutes later, inside the reactor room of the Ikazuchi, the three dread pilots who had been at the center of the explosion came to, and were quite surprised to find themselves lying on the floor. "Island, everyone all right?" Mia asked. "I'm okay," Jura replied as she rose from the floor. "Where's Dinah?" "Hi." Both girls turned and saw the apprentice pilot lying on her belly and waving to them some distance away. The overly excitable redhead began mumbling. Something went beep, and then, "Gee-ho-ho-ho, alien power is so amazing." Lying nearby and still unconscious was Slade, the captain of the pirates. Her first officer and the chief engineer stepped into the reactor room. They had been informed by their supplier Gascogni, or Gasco, which she hates, that the two ships could not be separated from the outside, so they had decided to check on the problem at the source. Mia and her two subordinates greeted them as the squadron leader apologized to the ancient female. "I'm very sorry that you had to come all the way up here, Captain." Magna waved her off. "That's quite all right. I just had to see this for myself." She began walking and looked about the room at the pixie's handiwork. The entire chamber was covered in crystals. Unbelievable. She then caught sight of some movement and her gaze fell on a certain man who was just starting to regain consciousness. This was the man that Dinah was chasing after. Mia explained. "So this is the one, eh?" Magno said, then remarked. "It's been a long time since I've seen a man. Were their faces always this stupid looking?" Slade was just starting to open his eyes when he heard that stinging jab. As soon as he began to get to his feet and saw the captain of the pirates, a small bit of the old Ranma personality made itself known. His mouth moved a little too fast for his still foggy mind to consider. "You're not exactly easy on the eyes yourself, old ghoul." Later. "Okay. So that wasn't exactly the right thing to say for a first meeting." Slade found himself once again behind energy bars, this time on board the women's vessel. As he looked about, he found that he wasn't alone. Nearby in a corner was a certain doctor who had not fled with his crew in the escape pods before being caught in the explosion. "Hello, Mr. Third-Class Citizen," Dwero greeted. "So who are you?" "The name's Dwero McFile. And you?" "Slade." "My last name?" "I don't have one. I can't remember if I ever had one." "You're not like any third-class citizen I've ever seen," the doctor remarked. "You took down 9 guards while unarmed. I thought only the elite were trained in such hand-to-hand methods. They're just some skills that I possess." "And exactly how did you get past security?" "I just got lucky and they were sloppy, that's all." "I don't believe that for a minute. From what I saw at the ceremony, your movements were too well coordinated and you showed that you've had a lot of extensive physical training. While you were out, I examined your body. Now before you get all excited, I only did a basic examination and checked your vital signs like heart rate and breathing. Your body is in excellent physical condition, far more than expected from a third-class citizen. If it weren't for that id tag, I would have thought you were from the top 1% of the elite combat divisions. You're very observant, Doctor," Slade admitted. He had noted the medical insignia on Dwero's trench coat. "So do you care to tell me how and when you learned those skills?" "No. I couldn't anyway. I don't even remember how I became like this." It was then that he noticed that the robot he had been carrying was lying nearby with its screen showing nothing but static. Then it began to quiver and suddenly sprouted metal arms and legs. Its screen activated and displayed a pair of large eyes. The thing stood up and looked about while scratching the top of its head in confusion. "Where am I? Who am I? You sure have changed since then," Slade commented. The machine looked up at him in puzzlement. The Tekkaman sighed as he decided to retrieve something that he had left in the Pixie's reactor room. He sat in a cross-legged position with a hand resting on each leg and began concentrating. As the 2 ships continued to reformat themselves, the pirate crew continued to work to stop the changes, but with no such luck. Before long, every circuit, cable relay and mechanism of the pirate vessel and the old Ikazuchi were flooded with crystals. As such, the engines were completely shut down and most systems were offline. In the engineering section of the ship, Parfait and her crew were trying to figure out the extent of the damage, but didn't know where to start. As Parfait ordered her staff to insert line-step particles into the main relays to gain control of the systems, no one noticed a small, emerald-colored crystal lying near the PC's core. It glittered slightly as it received the psychic recall command from its owner and disappeared before anyone could see it. Back in his cell, Slade became a bit puzzled as he mentally registered the return of his crystal to its subspace pocket. It seemed a bit different than from before. He made an internal check on himself and noted that his inner energy stores seemed somewhat off. It wasn't anything remotely life-threatening and all his Tekkaman circuits seemed to be working, assuring him that his powers and ability to transform were intact. He decided to let it go for now as he wondered just what he was going to do now. In the depths of the former Ikazuchi, a panel opened up at the base of a statue. Out crept the cowardly Bart, who had been in hiding since the explosion. As he looked about while wondering what had happened to the ship, a shiver went down his spine as he realized that he was in big trouble. As a piece of crystallized bulkhead fell down and nearly crushed him, he let off a scream and landed hard on his rear. Damn it! This isn't funny. It was then that he looked up and saw that he had been discovered. A certain Dread Squadron leader was aiming her laser ring at him and her thumb was just a scant millimeter from the firing stud. In the decontamination rooms. Piley, let us out. It's freezing in here. Barren continued to pound on the glass as she and 4 other girls were being doused with cold water. They were in their undergarments and were in danger of catching pneumonia. However, the apprentice nurse sat at her desk and shook her head. Not until all the male germs are gone. She then went back to writing in her diary. Even in times of crisis, the teen idol Piley does not lose her cool. A little later, Magno had decided to question the prisoners and had ordered them to be brought to the interrogation chamber, which was now in the old section of the Ikazuchi. Slade had decided not to offer any resistance as he and Biro were escorted under heavy guard. He wasn't concerned that his wrists were bound. The restraints that the women had put on him were no better than the men's and he could break them apart just as easily. The weapons that were trained on him were also of no consequence. He could tell by the way his captors moved that their combat skills were good, but nowhere near as high a level as his own. No, this would be an opportunity to gather information, such as where he was and just what had happened to both ships. He too had noted the changes that the pixies had caused. It would also be a chance to learn just what these women were like. After living on Tarak for several months, he was curious to know how the fairer sex lived. Walking beside him was that strange robot. As he and Guero entered the interrogation chamber, they saw that another man was already in the so-called hot seat. As soon as he saw him, Slade immediately categorized him as a non-combatant. He definitely had little in the way of battle experience. The way he trembled and shook made him look even more pathetic. As the two sat down, the doors opened up and in walked the captain of the pirates, HMPF. It's the old ghoul again. Magno gave each man a once-over and snorted. So these are the only men left, eh? They're nothing more than kids. She gave an especially hard stare at Slade. She hadn't forgotten that old ghoul remark. Hey, it's interrogation time. I'll tell you everything. The little robot began hopping around the old woman. It was obvious which side it was taking. The pirate captain looked down and smirked. Well, how nostalgic. A knobby robot, and this one's still working. I'm afraid that I don't follow. Poirot said. I thought this ship belonged to Tarak. Slade said. Magnus nodded again as she addressed them. I'll have you know that this ship was actually one of a fleet of ships that was sent from the planet Earth to colonize other worlds. This happened long before your fathers were even born. However, your cowardly grandfathers stole this segment and fled into the night. The robot nodded as it continued with the explanations. They overhauled the section and added residential areas. Magno nodded. That's right. We're just taking possession of it again. So technically speaking, this ship is ours. Now the big question is, what exactly are we going to do with you? She began licking her lips as she said, perhaps we should roast you over a slow fire. I always did like my men's innards medium rare. This made Bart almost piss in his pants, but Slade and Poirot remained calm. The doctor had been trained to maintain his focus. As for Slade, he became disgusted at Bart's reaction. Oh please, you don't actually believe that propaganda crap, do you? Bart gave Slade a puzzled look. As for Magno, she became intrigued. My, aren't you the brave one? You could say that I'm a little more open-minded. I like to see and experience things personally. Besides, what I've seen so far fits in. Oh. Like what? The pirate captain asked. Slade paused for a moment, then replied. From what I've gathered, the people of Tarak and Megele have been pretty much isolated from each other, right? So with no real contact for over 3 generations, it would make sense that rumors and myths would develop. It's also reasonable to assume that both governments would invent stories and such, to maintain the fear and hatred of the other gender, right? And I have a feeling that the spacesuits that your crew members wore were made to look scary to capitalize on that fear. You've probably heard of how men describe women and use those scary suits and helmets to give your crew a psychological edge. Am I correct? Magno's eyes narrowed and BC became a little tense. Their expressions were all Slade needed as he said, it's a common enough tactic in any fight. If you're able to psyche out your opponent and keep him guessing, then you're halfway to winning. Poirot nodded. Are you sure you're not one of the elite? Magno was silent for a moment, then gave Slade a condescending smile. Very good. What's your name, young man? Slade. Well, Slade, you are interesting. The martial artist and Tekkaman chuckled a bit. Oh, I'm a lot more interesting than you know. It was at that moment that the ship shuddered from some kind of impact. The alarms began going off as the bridge crew announced that they were being attacked. Captain, we're being attacked by some unknown enemy that appeared out of nowhere. Parfait declared. Can you move the ship? Magno asked through the communications network. Engines are still dead, and the auto defense systems are just barely working. Magno then switched to the dread crews and the launch areas. Barnet, Pilot locked us in. We can't get out. but main dread platforms are offline. We can't launch any fighters, Gascogni reported. The only good news came from me as she, Dinah and Jura ran toward their ships, which were still in the Pixie's reactor room. However, as they arrived, they stopped and gasped. Within the huge room were their vehicles, but each had taken different configurations after being engulfed by the Pixies. Are these ours? Jura asked. Wow! Dinah gasped. Mia paused but then ran toward her fighter and climbed aboard. The other two Dread pilots followed suit and checked their systems. Inside her Dread, Mia nodded. Looks like the systems haven't changed much. How about you two? I think mine will fly. Jura replied via her comlink. They must have been powered up. Dinah responded. This is so exciting. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Mia warned as her ship lifted off and flew toward the hangar, followed by her wingmates. They were soon in the black void of space, and were immediately set upon by the enemy. The force that was attacking the pirates were unlike anything they had ever seen before. Small fighter craft that resembled odd-shaped octopi let loose with volley after volley of laser and cannon fire at the fused vessels and their three defenders. Some distance away was the alien mothership, which resembled a large seed. Every now and then, the front of it would open out and it would release twin cubes, which would break apart into more fighters. It seemed that for every one fighter the Dreads destroyed, 5 more would take its place. It wasn't long before the pirates found themselves badly outnumbered. Excuse me please. We're really a peaceful race. Dinah cried out as she made her craft swerve to avoid enemy fire. Dinah, these are our enemies. Jura scolded, then wondered just how Dinah's flying skills had improved so dramatically. She had managed to execute a complex evasion pattern. Mia noted that her craft's response time was better. The controls had been altered somewhat. She then winced as her fighter took a hit off to the stern. Who or what are these things? Are they really aliens? Well, they're definitely not men, Jura assured. No kidding. They're really bad aliens, Dinah screamed. Magna winced as the ship took several more direct hits. Since they couldn't move, they were unable to regroup with the Dreads and were a sitting duck. Their shields were just barely holding. Then another section of wall exploded behind them and a scream was heard. At this point Guero decided to put his skills as a physician to work. He began getting up, just as a crew member was trying to help her fallen friend. She instantly pointed her laser ring at him, but Guero held up his hands in a non-threatening manner and said, "Don't worry, I'm a doctor. I just want to see what I can do for her." When the girl lowered her ring, Guero then began instructing her to help him remove the debris and get her to sickbay. When Bart saw this, he also saw an opportunity. He then turned to Magno and began talking. "Well now, it seems that we are in a bit of a situation here, but I think there's a way out of this for all of us." The captain gave the smooth talker a suspicious look, but bid him to go on. "I'm listening." Bart nodded. Even though we are enemies, it seems that we need to make our survival our top priority. So I suggest that we call a ceasefire and devote all of our talents to fighting this threat. I see. Not a bad idea. So exactly what did you have in mind? Well, as you can see, our good doctor here would be of use and treated your wounded. As for me, well, I may not look it, but I am actually a helmsman. A helmsman? Warning. Danger. This guy is trying to pull something. Puro said in alert. Be quiet. Magno commanded, then addressed Bart again. I think that it would be in our best interests to pool our resources. For now. Bart smiled as he offered a hand. So it's a deal? The pirate captain slapped away the offered hand. Now listen. I have no intention of becoming chummy with you. You three are still our prisoners, got that? Bart sighed and nodded. Very well. What should I do with the other one? Puzo asked. Take him below to the storage area and keep watch over him. Bart gasped as he was led toward the transformed bridge, which consisted of two comm stations and what appeared to be some kind of pool that was extended outward. So can you operate it? Magno asked. Bart walked forward and looked down at the glowing blue liquid. You've got to be kidding. Are you saying that you don't know how to operate it? No. It's not that. It's just that this is one of our military's closely guarded secrets. He began to cautiously extend one leg toward the pool, then let off a scream as the liquid became alive and formed a tentacle to grab the limb and pull him in. Both Magno and the robot stared wide-eyed. That's some secret weapon. The old woman breathed. He doesn't know how to use it, does he? The robot said. Inside the gel, Bart suddenly found himself naked and floating in some kind of virtual reality environment. All of a sudden, he saw images of the battle that was occurring outside and reacted with his typical outbreak of cowardice. No! Get away! As he thrashed about, the entire ship thrashed with his movements, catching everyone aboard off guard. Well, what do you know? The ship moved, Magno remarked. It was then that the engines came to life as Bart used the oldest tactic in the book, retreat. However, the enemy was not going to let them get away as the mothership followed while releasing more drone fighters. Down in the cargo bays, Slade was left standing in an unused area as Buzo and a subordinate kept watch over him. You should be safe down here. This portion of the ship hasn't been used and it would be too much trouble to keep you in the brig at this point. Whatever. Slade replied as he simply stood. BC gazed at him then said, You seem unconcerned with what's happening. Don't you know that if we lose this battle, we lose everything, including our lives? Your fellow men are risking their lives to help with battling the enemy. Perhaps you should join in as well. Not my concern. I don't want to get involved. It's worked for me so far. Oh? Are you a coward then? I had heard that men always protected the weak and helped those in need. Was it all a lie then? You seem to think you know everything about men, don't you? No, but I do know that everyone, men or women, must make choices in their lives and have to live with the decisions that they make. If you decide to just stand by and do nothing, then you will have to consider just what's at stake here. She then turned and motioned for her subordinate to follow her. But what about him? BC shrugged. Leaves him. It's not like there's anywhere for him to go. Not that there's anywhere for us either. Out in space, the dreads were slowly being overwhelmed by sheer numbers and the ship was taking a serious beating. In the sick bay, Poirot stated that since the medical facilities were offline, he'd have to do things his way. This made the female that was assisting him very nervous as she called for Piley. In the decontamination rooms, Piley was screaming to everyone to shut up and stop getting hurt. The ship was running for its life, but the alien mothership was steadily closing in the storage bay. Slade considered BC's words and thought about the consequences. If he did go out to fight, then it was more than likely that he'd end up as some lab specimen or something. He'd be taken as a prisoner again as soon as the crisis was over. Besides, these pirates meant nothing to him. He had no loyalty to Megele or Tarak. He was just a wandering Tekkaman who had allegiance to no one and roamed the cosmos. That's how he liked it. But a certain phrase came back to him. To protect the weak and help those in need. She made it sound like some kind of duty. In the most distant memories was something about a duty. It had something to do with his martial arts skills. He couldn't quite put his finger on it. It was a martial artist's duty. It is a martial artist's duty to protect the weak. As soon as Slade thought those words, he decided on his course of action. I'm going to fight, Captain. Slade said simply as he contacted the bridge through the communications systems. What did you say? Magno asked. Those three dreads can't hold out much longer, right? I'm going out there to give them a hand. Are you a pilot? Are you able to use those vanguards? Those hunks of junk? Mumber. If you're not a Vanguard pilot, then how do you expect to fight? Can you fly, Dread? Just direct me to the nearest airlock. I'll take care of the rest. An airlock? What are you, insane? Do you intend to fight the enemy with just a spacesuit? That would be ridiculous. I should think so. What I have now will be just fine. What? I said that I'm more interesting than you'd ever imagine, Captain. Now, are you going to direct me to the nearest airlock? Or do you want to lose your ship, your crew and your life? Magno gazed into Slade's gray-blue eyes and saw the intensity within them. He was serious. Though she didn't understand just what he had in mind, she then nodded to Guzon to release the manacles on Slade's wrists. Just as the first officer was about to press the remote. Don't bother, Slade said as he held up a hand and showed both women a pair of crushed restraints. He had long since broken free. Tossing the now useless device over his shoulder, he then asked, "Now, where's that airlock?" Slade ran into an airlock that was situated near the dread launching platform and shut the door behind him. The lights within the small enclosure went dim as Slade prepared to join the fray. He didn't notice that the scanners were active and his actions were being transmitted to the main bridge. At that point, he made his Tekke crystal appear and held it aloft. Tekkadread. Reinforcements? Who is it? Mia asked as she and her rowing mates had been informed that help was on the way. Just then, a bolt of emerald light burst forth from the bottom of the pirate ship and streaked toward the enemy. Within that light was Mr. Alien. Ida cried out happily. He saw our reinforcements. To the astonished eyes of all those who were watching, Slade's body underwent its startling metamorphosis. The clothes were immediately stripped off as he was bathed in a near-blinding luminescence. The energy formed a kind of transparent cage in the shape of Slade's Tekke crystal. In an instant, his body became endowed with impenetrable armor as alien metal became fused with flesh and bone. His already superhuman powers were boosted even further and were now augmented with quantum energy weapons. When the transformation was completed, he broke free from the crystal structure and went into a combat pose. Tekkaman Slade was ready and the odds of survival had just shifted in favor of the humans. Wah! Ida cried out as she was about to collide with 3 enemy fighters. However, all 3 fighters suddenly exploded into fragments and when the light faded, she gasped as she saw someone was standing on one of the booms of her dread. Mr. Alien. Will you stop calling me Mr. Alien? Slade said in an annoyed tone. His armor allowed him to patch in with the Dread's communication systems. The 2 thrusters on his back activated, driving the Tekkaman toward a dozen more enemy units. Inside his armor, Slade initiated his next attack. Tekkama in battle mode. His arms stiffened at a downward angle. The shoulder armor unit swung down to cover his arms. His feet locked down with his legs. His other parts shifted to form a more dynamic form. Then 2 thrusters located on his ribcage activated and surrounded him in a field of emerald green that looked like the wings of a phoenix. He suddenly sped forward like a comet, and anything he collided with was reduced to space debris. With each pass, several enemy fighters were annihilated. When 15 were obliterated, he morphed back into his standard form and faced off against the mothership. The main unit of the enemy now deduced that the newcomer was its greatest threat and spewed out 2 more cubes, which exploded into fighters. However, that only meant more targets for Slade to destroy. Twin beams of light flashed from missiles on his shoulders, which Slade grasped. The beams solidified into twin, triangular blade weapons with serrated edges. That was when Slade dived into the new formations of foes and began slicing them apart. Alien armor was no protection against him as he systematically destroyed them with quick thrusts and slashes. When 15 more were dealt with, he joined the ends of his 2 weapons together to form a lance. As a trio of fighters came in from above and fired at him, he simply twirled his weapon like a propeller and deflected each shot. Then he threw his weapon at them, nailing them all. As they exploded, he shot out a kind of energy rope from one of his gauntlets to retrieve his lance. The pirate ship. Impossible. How can one man have such power? Kuzum gasped. Magna was rendered speechless. She had to admit that Slade was right. He was more interesting than she had thought. He's so elegant, Jura said with a bit of appreciation in her voice. She liked the way that armor looked and began fantasizing herself in such. Yuppie, Mr. Alien. Kinda cheered. As Slade polished off the latest opponents, he saw that the main ship about to release more fighters. Not this time. The shoulder units of his armor flipped up, revealing a set of energy collectors. They began glowing as power began condensing within them. When enough power had been harnessed, Slade directed his attention toward the enemy. GOLDKK. Just as the alien craft let loose with two cubes, Slade's weapons launched a massive beam of quantum energy. The fighters were completely engulfed in the blast just as they had begun to separate. The beam kept on going and hit the mother ship while its front was open. There was some massive damage done and the ship reeled. Slade then dove toward it to finish the job. Behind him, a certain dread fighter followed him and kinda fall back. Mia ordered. There's nothing to worry about. Mr. Alien can win. I just know it. As Slade was about to let loose with another blast from his Voltiker, he turned around and saw Ida coming in. No. Get back. The alien mothership took this opportunity to attack and let loose with metallic tendrils that struck him in the back. At almost the same time, Ida's dread collided headlong into him. There was a massive explosion which engulfed both the Tekkaman and Ida's craft. On the bridge of the pirate vessel, Magna lowered her head and said, "Well, I guess that wasn't enough of a miracle to save us." Kuzum nodded as she suggested that the crew abandon ship. At that moment, the Navi robot let off a beep and pointed to the main view screen. Something was emerging from the center of that explosion. It was big. It stood 5 stories high. It resembled Slade's armored form, but was colored navy blue with gold trim. It was humanoid in shape and it had a long cannon barrel mounted behind each shoulder. On each forearm was a pair of blades that glowed with an emerald light. It looked menacing enough to tear apart a planet with its metal-shod hands alone. What everyone was witnessing was the perfect fusion of Tekkaman and Dread Fighter. Tekkadread. What is that? Is it another secret weapon of the men? Magno asked. Is this a real miracle? Kuzum wondered. The huge mecha dove toward the enemy ship. Several smaller attack drones were released to stop it, but they were swatted aside like annoying gnats. The ship tried to seal itself up, but the machine simply pried it wide open with its hands. Then the mammoth cannon swung up and rested on the shoulders, pointing forward. They powered up and cut loose with a blast 10 times more powerful than Slade's Voltiker. The energy caused the back of the enemy craft to bulge out before erupting. The mecha then moved back as the alien mothership exploded like a supernova. Pirate crew and males alike were in awe at the spectacle. When it was all over, all that was left of the enemy craft was a hollow, burned-out husk. Within the giant mecha, Slade let out a deep breath of relief. It was all over. Wait a minute. I don't need to breathe when I'm transformed. And why do my legs feel like that something's on them? Slade realized that he was in some kind of cockpit and was sitting in a chair. He noted that he was wearing not his armor, but his regular clothes. Then he looked down at his hands. They were resting on the control pads of the ship. They were also resting on another pair of hands. That was when he realized what, or rather who was sitting in his lap. I just knew that Mr. Alien would protect us. Dinah was half asleep as she leaned back against Slade and snuggled close. Slade had a really big sweat drop behind his head. The pirate crew and the men all waited in the hangar deck as the gigantic Tekkadread came in for a landing. Just as it was about to touch down, the mecha suddenly shifted back into Dinah's dread fighter. As soon as it had landed, a section near the top of the craft opened up. A light emanated from it for a moment and everyone saw Slade in his Tekkaman form, emerging from the hatch. He hopped down to the hangar floor, causing a loud clanging sound to be heard. This caused the female guards around Magna to raise their weapons toward him. Who could blame them? Especially when they were facing off against a 7-foot-tall force of destruction. The pirate captain, however, motioned for her guards to stand down. After seeing what Slade was capable of, she didn't want more hostilities to break out. Slade nodded as he mentally commanded his armor to be returned to its pocket in subspace. His Tekkaman form faded away and all that was left was a fully clothed human. The instant the transformation was complete, Slade collapsed in exhaustion. The crystal fell out of his hands and skidded across the floor. When it came to a stop, Ikazuchi immediately picked it up. The guards rushed to Slade and hauled him up. Take him back to his cell, the aged pirate woman said, gently. Wait, Mr. Alien, Dinah cried out as she disembarked from her dread. However, more guards blocked her path to Slade as he was being taken away. She gave a pleading look to Magna, but the old woman did not seem to acknowledge it as she turned to Ikazuchi. The first officer handed her the crystal, which Magna pocketed in her robes before heading off to the bridge. To be continued. Author's notes: with this chapter, we now begin to diverge a bit from the original storyline. I'm still working at making this a more interesting fanfic tie-in, though I haven't seen the entire Vandread series yet. In any case, this has progressed better than the old Tekkaman Ranma storyline. Chapter 4 Chapter 3. It's going to be a long trip. Tekkadread disclaimer. Ranma 1/2 plus Vandread plus Tekkaman Blade equals fanfic plus no lawsuits. Thoughts. Chapter 3. It's going to be a long trip somewhere out in the depths of the galaxy. A group of female pirates and their male captives were drifting in the star-studded void. The pirate vessel had been completely engulfed by the Ikazuchi's Pixies Brahma, and the two vessels had become one. Inside the new vessel, the captain of the pirates, her second-in-command and the Dread Squadron leader were in conference. Continue with your report, BC. Magno said. The first officer nodded as she began showing the latest reports on a holographic monitor. Yes, Captain. The entire ship has been completely swallowed up by the crystals. The bridge, residential and engineering sections have been completely transformed. Fortunately, the rig systems and the Dread launch platforms were unaffected and we're installing the new data. It seems that the Pixie's drama has finally reached its peak. The bridge has stopped sliding and is currently overlooking the ship's garden. And our position? The captain inquired as she used the hand fan to cool herself down. The ship's environmental systems were not working properly at the moment and the average temperature was 30 degrees Celsius. The holographic image changed as BC continued. It's hard to believe, but we're in a completely different galaxy from our own. It will take approximately 270 days for us to return to our home system. The aged woman sighed. What did we do to deserve being swept across space? She then addressed Mia. And what have you to report? The blue-haired female nodded. The 3 dreads that were swallowed up and transformed by the Pixies, including mine, no longer fit on the regular dread platforms. We've modified the cargo bay on the men's side of the ship and we're storing them there. While doing so, we made a few discoveries. It seems that this section of the ship hasn't been used for a long time. The circuits and cables are decayed and useless. I see. And a lot of our enemies. I decided to send out a scouting party to the wreckage of that alien craft to see if we could get any data. Since we're short-handed, I asked for volunteers. Volunteers? Wow! Look at that. It's an Adamski-type UFO. Did you see it, Ms. Casco? Gascogni sighed as she sat behind Dinah in her dread. It was going to be a long investigation. Whoosh! Slade winced as he stood in only his boxer shorts, while he was being sprayed down. Standing beside him was Tuero McFile and Bart Garsus, as they two were in their underwear and were being put through the decontamination process. The fact that the women were using icy water wasn't helping. Watching them from a monitor on the bridge, Magno and Tuzon considered their prisoners. So these are the only men on board? Tuzon nodded. Yes, Captain. It appears that we will have to depend on them until we fully understand this ship. Yes. The old woman agreed as she recalled back to the time after the battle. When the enemy had been destroyed, the ship automatically went into standby mode and released Bart from the navigation well. I had never seen anything like it. And that other one. She shivered a bit as she recalled what Slade was capable of. The fact that the Tekkaman had let himself be put back into his cell indicated that things were stable, for now. However, Magno was quite aware that Slade could destroy them all at any time. That is, if he had his Tekke crystal. The object that Tuzon had impounded was being analyzed at this moment, but the pirate captain was still feeling a bit unnerved by all this. The brig. It was so unnerving. Bart whined as he tried to strike up a conversation with his fellow prisoners. Sitting in a corner of their cell, Slade was busy gulping down food pellets. Those things tasted awful, but as hungry as he was, he couldn't really complain. The last bat and that strange fusion with that girl's dread had taken a lot out of him. One after another, my comrades fell all around me, until I was the only one left. Bart babbled on. But I knew that I had to go down and retake the ship from the women. And now, fate has given me two able allies. What do you say? He gazed upon Slade as he knew that his power would be more than enough to conquer the women. The one who had been Ranma continued to ignore him while eating. A minute later, he polished off the tray and tossed it away. Damn! That stuff really tastes like crap. Duro nodded. Indeed, though that didn't stop you from eating enough pellets to feed an entire platoon for a week. You have quite an appetite. Slade nodded. The Tekkaman power system makes my body hypermetabolic and I burn up a lot of calories in battle. The transformation alone uses up a lot of energy. I see. However, that still doesn't explain how you got to be that way. So tell me, what kind of man turns himself into a machine? Are you some kind of secret weapon of Tarak? Mumber, then what exactly are you? I'm human and that's all that I am. I'd tell you more, if I could, but I can't remember anything past that. You're saying that you don't remember how you got to be like that? That's about the size of it. Bart shrugged as he said, well, we can figure it out later. By the way, what was it with you fusing with that female ship? Slade glared at Bart. None of your business. Would you mind shutting up now? There's enough hot air in here as it is. He then emphasized his point by holding up a fist. Whoa! Take it easy. Please try to forgive him. Dwero soothed. He's just uneasy and trying to keep calm with conversation. Bart was impressed. Hey, you're pretty sharp. No wonder you're one of the elite. So how about it? With my talking, your brain and his muscle, we could beat these women. Oh really? I'd like to hear how you're going to plan to do it. Bart stiffened when he heard Thuzom's voice. He slowly turned around and saw the first officer and two of her subordinates standing in front of the cell. He could only guess how long she had been standing there. So you haven't been able to find out anything about it. Magna was speaking with the engineer Parfait on the communicator. The girl with the oversized glasses shook her head as she glanced at the crystal that was under a molecular scanner. The substance of this crystal is unidentifiable and it's not emitting any energies at all. I can't figure out anything else about it. It's as puzzling as the Pixie's drama. Magno thought about it. It seems that crystal by itself isn't anything special, though that male was able to use it somehow to transform and destroy the enemy. I've got a feeling that the answer may lie with that man. What was his name again? Oh yes, Slade. She then told her chief engineer to continue working as she then switched over to another line. Gascogni, how are you coming along with your investigation? In the engineering section. What's with the air conditioning? It's 30 degrees in here. One of the crew complained via the communications. Don't complain. It's 36 in here. Perfect replied as she turned to northeast of her subordinates. So how's it going? The technician was busy struggling with the knobby robot, trying to hook up its systems to a console. However, the machine wasn't in a cooperative mood. Beep! Don't touch me. Meanwhile, in another section of the ship, as the valiant crew continued to work, Magno's family suddenly found themselves facing a new crisis. Hey! Hold that elevator. Pilot looked up from her diary and saw Barnett and Jura carrying various personal items in their arms. Due to the changes that had been made during the initial transformation of the two ships, several of the pirate crew had to relocate to new quarters. Slacking off again, pilot? Barnett said in an irritated tone. Instead of just sitting around, why don't you do something more important? Jura said. I am doing something. The apprentice nurse indicated to her diary, then held up a hand puppet in the shape of a frog, and spoke in a cartoon-like voice. Barnett and Jura sure had a lot of stuff. She then looked at the toy as if she were speaking to it. It's a good thing that our room wasn't changed so we don't have to move, right? Carl. She's really pissing me off. Jura growled. It was then that Barnett noticed that something was tied to Pilot's waist. Hey, what's that rope for? Pilot then answered in her puppet's voice. This is only a temporary elevator, so it won't be my fault if it falls. See you later, Carl. The girl was then hoisted off the lift, leaving the dread pilots in a state of shock. You are kidding, right? Pilot. Inside the wreckage of the alien craft, the head supplier spoke through her suit's communicator. Progress is pretty slow and things look extensive. We've got a lot of things to go through here. This doesn't look like any ship I've ever seen. In fact, this thing looks more like a factory than a ship. Wow! Look at that! Dinah exclaimed as she plunked at something. Hey, MS Casco. Can I go take a look around? Absolutely not. We've got a job to do. The older woman said as she flicked with her finger at Dinah's helmet. In the vacuum of space, this push sent her flying backward. Whoa! I can't stop. The pirate captain chuckled as she signed off. Very well then. I'll leave the investigation up to you, Vascogni. She then made her chair turn about and ride down a rail, which led to the main bridge. Waiting for her was Boozle and her captive Bart. I hear that you wanted something from me, Bart said nervously. The old woman nodded and pointed to the navigation well. Yes, that thing. We haven't been able to operate it, so tell us how you did it. Yes of course. Given the circumstances, I had no choice. He held up his manacled hands, indicating to Boozle that he needed his hands free. The first officer complied and used the remote to release them. Bart then walked over to the well. Now listen very carefully. This is a male ship, so therefore, only men can operate it. So I suppose it was fortunate that I was around. In fact, you could say that I'm indispensable to you and Erk. At that moment, the well flared and sucked the hapless man into it again. Magno sighed and shook her head. I really don't understand this system at all. Inside the navigation well, Bart was once again surrounded by holographic images of the ship's outer environment. Okay. Let's see here. All of a sudden, the ship's systems and main drive came online and the vessel leapt forward and began to accelerate away from the alien wreckage. The sudden movement caught everyone off guard as the inertia dampeners were unable to keep up. Jura and Barnett were thrown off their feet in the elevator and their possessions went scattering all over the place. Back on the bridge, the crew were unable to stop the ship. The system just booted up and we're on some unknown heading. What in blazes did you do in there? Magno shouted to Bart. His image appeared on the monitor as he shook his head. Hold on. I didn't do anything. At the wreckage, Gascogni nodded as she took out the data disk, in which she had downloaded all the data from a computer. All right, I finished copying the data. Let's get back to the ship. Roger. Ida nodded as she began using her suit's maneuvering thrusters to propel her toward the opening. However, when she got to it, she gasped to see that the ship was nowhere in sight. The bridge. Ms. Casco, can you hear me? Ms. Casco. Ezra kept on trying to raise their comrades, but with no luck. The young woman was sweating profusely as her breathing became a bit more shallow. When Thuzum ordered for marker beacons to be released, Ezra let off a gasp and collapsed to the floor. Slade was dreaming again. He had begun to see faint images of those same people of his distant past, though he still did not recognize any of them. He wondered just why those same people had such meaning to him that he kept seeing them over and over again in his sleep. He began mumbling out names that he couldn't place. One name in particular was said several times. Yuyuhukan. At that moment, he felt something warm press against his forehead and woke up. He let off a yelp when he saw that Poirot's face was pressed up against him. He quickly backed off. What the heck are you doing? Taking your temperature, the physician said. Since his hands were bound by the manacles, he had to use other methods of gauging body temperature. You were mumbling in your sleep. Huzukan. Pukan. Slade repeated in confusion. The name sounded familiar, but he just couldn't place it. Is that what I said? Several times actually. I thought you were feverish from the heat. So who is this Ukan? Slade could only shrug. I don't know. Pukan is Pukan, I guess. At that moment, the first officer and two guards came up to the men's holding cell and addressed the young doctor. Your name is Tuero, correct? It's your turn now. As the guards shut down the energy grid, the second in command of the women glanced at where Slade was. At present, he was just sitting down and looking at nothing in particular. It appeared to all that he was totally harmless, but appearances can be deceiving. After seeing his transformation and the power he possessed in that state, Thuzum was very cautious. However, she was certain that without his crystal, Slade presented no danger, or so she hoped. In the navigation well, Bart shouted out as he saw just where the ship was heading, which happened to be a nebula. "We're going in there. How do I stop?" The vessel dug headlong into the gaseous envelope of the nebula's outer ring. Various chunks of ice and debris smacked into the hull of the ship. Unfortunately for Bart, due to his link to the ship, whatever hit the hull would register as pain to him. A stray chunk of ice slammed into the top near the bow, which caused him to yelp out in pain. The hit was felt as a hit to his head and he was thrown back a bit. "Will somebody raise the shields, please?" Bart wasn't the only one with problems. More than 90% of the ship's systems went offline. Jura and Barnett found themselves trapped inside the elevator, buried underneath their own possessions. They were in a precarious position as they were crowded with not only clothing and personal items, but also some firearms and lit ammunition. Mia found out to her dismay that the dread platforms were shut down, so she couldn't send out anyone to retrieve data and Gascogni. In the sick bay, Guero looked over Isra as she laid on the bed. Just then, the lights went off. His power to the medical instruments was cut. With one lightning-fast movement, he plucked the communicator out of an aid's holster, much to her displeasure. "I'm trying to work on a patient here. Make power to the sick bay a top priority." In the engineering section, Parfat was exasperated. "I'd love to do that, but we've got our own problems here. I can't do much since I can't read men's language." Guero looked up at Buzum, who was standing nearby. "If I were there, I could read it." The first officer shrugged. "Go right ahead." "Engineering. It's a man." One of the engineering staff screamed. Parfat simply glanced at Guero and nodded. "Oh, you're here. Good." She led the doctor over to the work table where the Navi robot was hooked up. "I can't do much with this data if I can't read it. It's just a high-type number sign 6. Guero replied as he began reading the data. "So what were you trying to do here?" Parfat began explaining to the physician that the Navi robot and the ship's pixies were somehow linked. She had thought that the robot might make a good sensor. However, she hadn't been able to figure out the reason behind the ship's current condition. Guero nodded. "According to this readout, there's a lot of built-up impurities, possibly due to the merging of the two ships. Maybe. So can you fix it?" "I'm sorry, but I'm a doctor, not an engineer." "That's no excuse. Everything that moves is alive. It's a doctor's job to fix all living things, right?" "That's what I always believe." The male doctor considered the feisty female before him. "You have a very interesting view about things." As the vessel's lower half immersed itself into the nebula's outer rings, the engines shut themselves down. The ship was now moving forward on momentum alone. "Engines hatch shut down, Captain," the crew member said. Magno sighed as she was currently being cooled by a portable fan and had a bag of ice over her head. "Just when I get the good news that we've stopped, we end up in a nebula." It was then that her fan suddenly shut itself off. "Captain." Sensors indicate that a section of the ship is transforming again. Outside of the hull, new crystal formations began to appear as the ship once again started to reshape itself. Curious, Duro remarked as he read the information on the Navi robot's screen. It seems that the ship is reacting to the nebula's composition. Parfag considered the situation, then slammed one fist into the palm of her other hand. That's it. The ship must be using the nebula to neutralize all the impurities. Duro couldn't help but agree. It seems to be reacting just like a living thing. Back at the alien wreckage, all I see are markers, Dinah said as she looked through her binoculars. Something must have happened. Gascogny thought for a moment, then said, "Well, we're finished here, so let's get going." Roger. Just as the two women began making their way back to Dinah's dread, the entire structure suddenly became alive as metal tendrils snaked out from its center and reached out for the nearest living thing, which happened to be the chief supplier. Before she knew it, Gascogny found herself being ensnared like a fly in a spider's web. MS Casco, look out. On the pirate vessel. Captain, I have an idea. Kuzum said as she spoke to her superior through the communications systems. She was currently in the sub-bridge of the former Ikazuchi. Go ahead. Magno sighed as she continued to sit in the sweltering heat of the control room. Since we can't launch any dreads, we are unable to send any of our own crew to go look for Dinah and Gascony. However, Magno inquired. However, the airlocks are still operational. It's a potential risk, but we could have that man go look for them. She then held up Slade's Tekka crystal. HMM. Not a bad idea, BC. Alright. Explain the situation to him and see if he agrees to it. Thank you, Captain. By the way, BC. What are you doing in the men's section of the ship? Just fulfilling my duty as your first mate, Captain. Over. The brig. Slade sighed as he lay in the cell. Currently, he was wearing only his boxers and muscle shirt. It had gotten very hot. His hands were behind his head, which was resting on his jacket, which he was using as a makeshift pillow. As he lay on the floor of the cell, he wondered just what he was going to do. It wasn't as if he couldn't get out. He had more than enough power to smash out of his prison and escape the ship. It was just that he didn't know where to go. He was in unfamiliar and decidedly hostile territory. Even a Tekkaman had his limits. So where did that leave him? For the time being, he had decided to stay on the ship since it was a source of food and a place for him to rest, at least until they got back to Megele or Tarak territory. Until then, he'd bide his time. In any case, the females didn't really have anything that could harm him. They may have his crystal, but he could retrieve that at any time. It was then that he sensed the presence of someone approaching and looked toward the door. Kuzum walked into the detention area and smirked as she saw Slade in his undergarments. Nice outfit. Whatever. Slade said nonchalantly as he began putting on his clothes. So what do you want? I've come to ask a favor. What kind of favor? 2 of our crew were left behind when this ship took off and came to this nebula. I would like you to go out and look for them. Is there something wrong with you sending out your own pilots for that? Unfortunately, yes. We can't launch any of our dreads. However, with your abilities, you could easily use one of our airlocks and go retrieve our 2 crew members. She then held up Slade's crystal. I know that you need this to transform. We haven't been able to analyze it, but this is the source of your power, isn't it? Without it, you can't really do anything, can you? Slade chuckled a bit as he finished putting on his clothes. You're half right. I needed to transform. He then held up his right hand and focused his will. Tuzum let off a startled gasp as the Techno crystal disappeared from her hand and reappeared in Slade's. However, that doesn't mean that I am powerless without it. The cosmic warrior then aimed his other hand with palms spread out. He let loose with a small, but focused bolt of ki and quantum energy at the cell's lock, causing the bars to short-circuit. Slade casually stepped out and faced off against the pirate first officer. Tuzum's usual cool attitude was a bit shaken from the display. It was obvious that Slade could have reclaimed his property and escaped at any time. She now found herself facing off against a very irritated individual that could destroy the ship and everyone aboard in a heartbeat. Her instinct for self-preservation came to the fore as she raised her right hand to aim her laser ring at him. However, Slade moved with far more speed and had her wrist in a vice-like grip before she bring her a weapon to bear. She winced as he applied more pressure as a warning. Any tighter and her wrist would be pulped. Slade glared at her and said in a low voice, I could crush every bone in your wrist to powder, without even trying. I could destroy this entire ship and everyone on board without breaking a sweat, and I don't need to transform to do it. I could do all that, and there wouldn't be a thing that you or anyone else here could do to stop me. Slade paused for a long time, giving his words a chance to sink in. However, I'm not going to do any of that. Instead, I'll go look for your comrades, because you asked so nicely. He gave her a smirk before releasing her wrist and turning to exit the detention center. Tuzum rubbed her sore wrist, then raised her arm to aim her ring at him. However, that was when she noticed that something was absent from her index finger. Looking for this, Slade did not even look back as he held up her ring, then used his thumb to flick it back toward her. The jewelry piece made a couple of light bounces on the floor before coming to a stop at the woman's feet. Tuzum could only stare at the ring for a long while. She had not even seen him remove her ring. He's good. Could he be one of the elite? At the alien wreckage. It's no use, Ms. Casco. At the moment, the head supplier of the pirates was too concerned with her current predicament to remind Ida that her name was Cascagni. She was trapped in a kind of metal cage that kept her from moving. The young pilot had tried to cut her free, using the blasters on her suit, but the metal was too dense. You'll get the tools from the Dread. Cascagni shook her head. Don't bother. Have you forgotten our mission? Someone has to get back to the ship with that data. I can't just leave you here. The young girl shook her head. Who said that you are leaving me here to rot? This isn't some third-rate soap opera. You can come back for me with more help, right? Now get going. Dinah nodded reluctantly as she turned around and headed for her awaiting fighter. However, no sooner was she gone, than the insides of the wreckage became alive again. Panels opened up, revealing more alien units. Gascogny began to have that sinking feeling. In the nebula, sensors are picking up a large object heading on a collision course with us. It appears to be an asteroid-sized chunk of ice. Did you hear that? Do something. Magna cried out to the man who was in the navigational well. However, Bart screamed out hysterically as he saw it and was of no help whatsoever. In the engineering section, the input/output ratio is off. Twirl remarked as he read the readouts. That's because there aren't enough link routes, Perfect declared. But the existing ones can't take the strain. Don't give up. There has to be an answer. The physician thought for a moment, then decided to approach this problem in the way Perfect thought of it. If it was behaving like a living being, then perhaps his medical training would apply. How about a bypass? When there's a blocked artery, you simply need to make an alternate route to relieve congestion. Perfect nodded. A detour, huh? Great idea. She patted his shoulder in agreement. You know, you wouldn't make a bad engineer. She turned to her company workers and began giving new orders. Listen up, everybody. We're going to get busy. Twirl looked down at his shoulder and contemplated her touch. Back at the alien wreckage, Gascogny was quite amazed to see the alien units begin repairing their damaged mothership, which confirmed her hypothesis that the vessel was actually one giant factory. They can regenerate under these conditions. It was then that she noticed something large and ominous making its way toward her. The machine looked like some gigantic bug, with many clawed appendages, and two large green eyes glaring right at her. It was a sure bet that the thing wasn't there to chat. The chief supplier laughed nervously as she said, "Well, I guess I know what you want for dinner. Out in space. Yay. No." Dinah was running for her life as several enemy units were in hot pursuit of her dread. She had been using every evasion tactic that she could think of, but the alien fighters kept on chasing her. I really hate aliens who don't know when to give up. It was then that her sensors were picking up another blip heading toward her. From the front too. At that moment, her ship was rocked by a near miss, which caused her to accidentally fire her dread's blasters. Twin beams lanced out and caused a small explosion some distance away when they struck their target. However, when the burst of light faded away, a large blast of energy was fired back in return. This beam, however, passed over Dinah's dread and destroyed her pursuers. It was at that moment that Dinah was close enough to see who was out in front of her. Slade was pissed. The shoulder-mounted Voltiker units lowered down as he angrily said, "Hey! Is that any way to thank a person who came to get you? Even though Dinah's weapons had no effect on his armor, it still ticked him off. Dinah, however, was overjoyed to see Slade. Mr. Alien, you came for me. She then made her dread speed toward him. Hold on. Wait a minute. The Tekkaman put on his braking thrusters to decelerate, but as soon as the dread was in close proximity, there was a bright flare of light. Tekkaman and Dread once again became the Tekkadread. Wow! What is all this? Dinah looked about in delight as she sat on Slade's lap in the cockpit. Hey! Will you stop moving around so much? Slade did not like the way she was squirming around in his lap, which made a certain part of anatomy become stimulated. The young dread pilot smiled warmly as she turned her head to face him. I want you to know that I believed in you and I knew that you'd come to rescue me. I didn't come to save you. Slade retorted angrily. I just went to look for you. That's all. Well, thank you. Gascogny definitely did not like her situation. The machine was cutting away at her restraints with absolute efficiency, but she knew that it was only doing so to get at her. You guys work pretty efficiently. I don't suppose you'd consider joining us. The automaton's response was to extend a wicked-looking claw appendage. By now, the chief supplier was sweating. So it's finally my turn, eh? However, before the arm could touch her, the machine was suddenly engulfed by something huge and metallic. It was instantly crushed as Gascogny looked up to see the Tekkadread. You guys put off saving me until the last instant, but I guess I couldn't have asked for a better screenplay ending. The pirate ship's engineering room. We've managed to secure up to 36 bypasses. Perfect declared. How are things on your end? Poirot closed up the Navi Robots panel. I can't do any more back here. We'll have to make do with what we have now. The balance will be thrown completely off if there aren't enough link routes. Do you know what doctors do in situations like this? We believe in the patient's will to live. The female engineer smiled and nodded. The gigantic mass of ice stumbled its way closer to the ship as the crew frantically worked to prevent disaster. On the bridge, Magnomouth became a straight line as raids continued to report. Distance is 1,200 kilometers and closing. It looked like the end. Then the femme beside her turned itself back on. Huh? The aide cried out with joy. The system just rebooted itself. Down in the engineering section, the Navi robot became active again, stood up and smartly saluted Poirot and Perfect. Good. I'm back in service. Yes. We did it. We make a great team. Perfect grasped Poirot's hand, then suddenly blushed as she looked down at it. Poirot was also feeling somewhat odd. Hard to starboard, 30 degrees. Magnovidian barked. H. It's too late. Bart screamed as he braced himself for the end. There was massive explosion in front of the ship, but it wasn't the ice chunk colliding into the hull. When Bart opened his eyes, he saw that the asteroid had been vaporized. In its place, flying ahead of them was the Tekkadread, HMPF. So he saves the day again, Bart said with disdain. Inside the Tekkadread's cockpit. Man, am I tired. Slade sighed as he lay back in the seat. See, I told you it was amazing, Dinah said excitedly as she bounced up and down on Slade's lap, incidentally making him even more agitated. Beside them, in obvious discomfort, was Cascagni. Yeah. So how about getting me out of here? Later that day, Magno and her first mate made a special announcement to everyone aboard the ship. We had deciphered the data that was salvaged from the alien ship. I want you all to look at this. Kuzon turned on the main data feed to all the monitors on the ship, which depicted a strange-looking planet. This is the enemy's home world. We don't know its exact location, but apparently, they possess some serious firepower. They seem to perceive our presence in their territory as an invasion and therefore, we expect more battles on our return flight to Megele space. The first officer continued with her briefing. We have also learned that the enemy is planning a major operation, which calls for the total obliteration of our homeworld Megele and the male planet of Tarak. For some unknown reason, a hostile force is intent on wiping out our two worlds. Then the captain took over. We are pirates and therefore are not bound to Megele or Tarak. However, it would not be in our best interests for an unknown force to wipe out our potential customers. Therefore, I intend to reach our home system before the enemy and inform both worlds of this crisis. In order for this mission to be successful, we must incorporate the men we have captured into our crew. The bridge crew were the first to be shot as Bart smiled smugly as he lay on the floor of the bridge. So you finally see it my way. The old woman continued. There are many things that we don't understand, such as this ship and that large machine. Plus our friend Slade. Magno silently added before finishing her announcement. However, I expect we shall learn more, one day at a time. That is all. Just as she switched off the comlink, Ezra and Puero appeared on the bridge. I'm sorry about before. Ezra apologized. I'll be returning to my station now. Did you find out the cause of her fever? Puzo asked Puero. There seems to be some kind of parasitic organism feeding on my patient's body. This immediately made Magno alarmed, but Ezra quickly shook her head while blushing. No, it's not that. You're wrong. It seems I'm going to have a baby. The bridge crew became very excited as they crowded around the mother-to-be. When in the world did you become a Fama? So who's the Oma? Bart became very confused. But I thought that babies were made in a factory. The doctor pondered it for a moment. Come to think of it, I have heard the rumor that females reproduced internally. Ezra bowed to her captain. Forgive me, Captain. I had been planning to tell you after the last raid on the men, but Magna waved it off. There's nothing to forgive, Ezra. I hope you have a healthy baby. Come on, Zara. Who's the Oma? A bridge member asked. What is that, exactly? Poirot asked with genuine interest. One of the reasons why he became a doctor was because he had always been fascinated with the mysteries of female physiologies. The Oma is one who donates an egg and the Fama nurtures it in her womb. Don't you know anything? This is the first time I'd ever heard of it. As they continued to converse, no one noticed Buzum as she edged her away toward a console and removed a small data disk. We certainly had our share of surprises, right BCE? The first officer quickly turned her attention to her captain. Yes, Captain. The whole crew better work as hard as they can, especially for the new life that will be joining us soon. This will indeed be a long trip. Buzum added. Meanwhile, Jura, when do you think they'll get us out of this elevator? Barnett sobbed. Somebody help us. To be continued. Author's notes. Well, now that I've seen the second DVD of Vandread, I've got a pretty good idea as to where this series is going to go. There will be more plot changes and such as I move forward with this fic. There will be more divergences as I write about Slade/Ranma single quotas interactions with the all-female crew as well as the mysterious enemy. The revisions so far are just to fill in a few gaps and so on, as well as correct a few spelling errors. The fourth chapter will have the most changes by far, so stay tuned. Chapter 5 Chapter 4 Slade's new partner's Tekkadread disclaimer. Why me? Thoughts. Chapter 4 Slade's new partner's one of the ladies' rooms. Did you hear the latest rumors? I heard that men have some strange tube stuck between their legs. No way. Are you sure that it's not some kind of antennae? Gross. I wonder if it makes it hard for them to walk. Dinah listened closely to her comrades as they discussed the latest gossip about men. She then glanced at herself and noted that she didn't have such an appendage. She then decided to find out for herself if the rumor was true about Mr. Alien. What are you doing? Slade asked in annoyance as he had been preparing to drop his pants in front of the toilet. Dinah said nothing as she simply watched with a twinkle in her eyes and a smile on her face. In a flash, Slade zipped up his pants, grasped Dinah by the collar and hauled her out of the men's restroom. The female found herself planted outside as Slade slammed the door behind him. But why can't I watch? I can't go with somebody watching. In the sick bay. Peculiar. This organ doesn't even exist in a man's physiology. Poirot said as he watched the computer display of the gestating baby within Israel. It's called the uterus. A reproductive organ. Most interesting. As she laid on the bed, the female began explaining. I wanted to have a baby, so I decided to carry the seed. What's the seed? It's when an Oma donates an egg and it has it spliced with the genes of the Fama. Then it is implanted into the Fama's womb to be nurtured. Where I come from, anyone who wants to be a Fama can be one. So that means I can be one. Ezra developed a sweat drop as she tried to think of a way to explain. Meanwhile, the chief engineer Parfat was holding a contest for a new name for the ship, Since everyone agreed that the name Ikazuchi was a lousy choice, all the crew would contribute and the winner would win a year's worth of food coupons that could be redeemed at the trapeze. With the Navi robot, now being called Puro, logging in all the suggestions, Perfect would later give the list to the captain for her to choose. One of the suggestions was the name Nirvana, which was BC's idea. Perfect hoped that the captain wouldn't choose that one. Kuzumi had just been inserting a data disk into a message pod when she was suddenly contacted by the captain. BC, is everything ready? Yes, Captain. Why are there two pods? Well, this second one is for Tarak. I thought it would be prudent to warn the men as well. Magno considered her first officer for a moment, then nodded. Very well. Launch the pods. Twin cylindrical objects shot out of the bottom of the ship and sped their way toward their distant destinations. However, they only managed to make a few hundred kilometers before suddenly being engulfed in an explosion. An instant later, a quartet of enemy fighters came onto the scene. Red alert! All hands to battle stations. Alarms went off all around the ship as Dread pilots began scrambling. Their current record for rapid deployment stood at 49 seconds. Mia and Juro were already running for their Dread fighters when they saw Dinah standing near her own ship. Dinah, what are you waiting for? Board your Dread. Mia cried out. Dinah made a pirouette as she stated the reason why she was still standing around. It was Mr. Alien. He changed and flew right out of here. Whoosh! He was so fast. What? He's out there already. Jura exclaimed. They had only gotten the order to scramble just 15 seconds ago. Then just as suddenly as it started, the battle alert was over as the alarm stopped. A minute later, the three pilots saw a tall figure fly into the hangar. The Tekkaman landed in front of them and instantly transformed back into Slade. He casually tossed his Tekka crystal into the air and deftly caught it again. HMMM. 4 fighters. Not even a decent warm-up. Hardly worth transforming. Mia felt her anger rising at being upstaged by this. Man! Just what did you think you were doing? The former Shodan shrugged as he replied. I thought it was my duty to protect the ship. You went out there without authorization. Considering that any further delay would have put the ship in danger, I assumed that the faster the threat was dealt with, the better. I'm only trying to lend my support as part of this crew. I figure that I saved you a lot of fuel, ammunition and energy. We don't need your help, and you're not part of this crew. Have you forgotten that you're still a prisoner? Slade cocked his head in thought, then said, my memory must be slipping then. As I recall, your captain did state that myself, the good doctor and the navigator, were to be part of this ship's crew for the duration of this voyage. Don't give me that. You are just a show-off. You are nothing without that crystal. Oh, is that a challenge? Slade smiled at her as he made his crystal disappear. He couldn't help but admire her fiery spirit. She had potential and the heart of a true fighter. However, He would not back down from anything or anyone. It was just the way he was. Mia's temper was hitting its boiling point as she glared at his smirk. It was bad enough that men were now serving alongside them, but this man absolutely infuriated her. And now he was daring her. Ah, ah. Slade wagged a finger at her. The warrior who loses her temper has already lost the battle. That final quip made the normally level-headed dread leader lose her control. G. Mia then swung with her fist, intent on knocking Slade's head off. However, the former heir to the Anything Goes reacted with inhuman speed. He simply sidestepped her punch, grabbed hold of her extended arm, and with a simple throw, flipped her like a flapjack. Mia found herself being thrown a dozen feet before landing painfully hard on her bottom. Both Jura and Dinah were shocked at seeing their leader so casually tossed. Slade shrugged as he said, "She attacked me first. That was self-defense." Without another word, he walked out of the hangar deck. Dinah looked at Jura. "Mr. Alien has a point. The bridge," he said, "danger to this ship and crew morale." Mia complained to her commander. Apparently, her ego had been bruised along with her posterior. She would not be shown up by that man. "I take it that you do not approve of the new additions to our crew?" Magnovision asked. "That's putting it mildly, Captain. He doesn't follow orders. He's absolutely reckless and he's so infuriating." "I see. Well, I'll admit that he is difficult to work with, but he has done us a couple of favors. Furthermore, his power is quite an asset, especially in our current situation. However, if you truly believe that he is detrimental to the operation of the Dread Cruise, then perhaps he might agree to your reassignment of duties." Mia felt a sense of accomplishment and smugness as she nodded. She'd show that man his place. The sick day. "You really shouldn't have angered the Dread Team leader," Guerrero warned as he had Slade lie down on the examination table in his underwear. "We all have to work together on this ship." The martial artist sighed. "Yeah. Well, that girl. What's her name again?" Slade asked. "Mia. Yeah, Mia. She's got a lot of spirit and potential, but her attitude just rubbed me the wrong way. I never did care much for authority types." Guerrero nodded in understanding as he looked at the medical monitor. "Curious. What? All anatomical data has come up with nothing special. There are no foreign organisms or mechanisms. All extremities show nothing unusual. Heart and respiration rates are good, with all vital functions showing stable conditions. You're perfectly normal. That's supposed to be a good thing, isn't it?" "Well, technically speaking, yes, but I had been hoping to find out the source your powers and how you are able to transform. However, I can't seem to find anything out of the ordinary about you." Slade simply shrugged as he sat up. "Don't lose any sleep over it, Doc. I couldn't tell you how I got to be this way, even if I wanted to, because I don't know myself. All I remember is waking up one day and I suddenly had these powers. So you don't remember anything prior to this awakening? Well, Slade thought back to those strange images that he had been having lately when he was sleeping. I do get some bright images in my head from time to time, and I think they may have something to do with the time when I was little, but he shook his head sadly. It's no use. I can't clearly remember anything further than that. It could be a kind of self-induced amnesia, the medic suggested. Perhaps they could be a set of traumatic memories that you are repressing. Maybe something horrible happened to you while you were growing up, and you decided to shut out those memories. Slade absently stroked the scar on his face, though he didn't realize it. I think that may be a part of it. One of those images was about being in the dark and seeing lots of red eyes. Poirot's patient paused for a moment. I do remember waking up screaming sometimes after seeing that image. It was then that Mia came into the sick bay with a smug look on her face and a computer pad in her hands. The Tekkaman had a feeling that he wasn't going to like what she was going to say to him. Poirot wasn't the only person that was mystified about Slade's abilities. In the engineering section, Parfait was still trying to determine how the Tekkaman power system worked. She had spent the last 2 hours staring at the data that she had collected from her analysis of Slade's crystal. The information made no sense and she couldn't even begin to guess as to how that crystal was the key to his transforming into a force of mind-boggling power. The only bit of information that made any sense was that the crystal seemed to be somewhat similar to the pixies, which also left her stumped. However, the female had no intention of giving up. There just had to be an answer. If she could somehow duplicate the Tekkaman process, then that would give the space pirates a tremendous edge in fighting ability. As she pondered about the mysteries of Slade's powers, she had decided to check up on a few unexplored areas on the men's side of the ship. As she wandered about the hangar where Mia, Dinah and Jura's fighters were stored, she came across a large room that was near the Pixie's reactor room. She opened up a door and saw that the entire place was flooded with crystal. In the far corner, she then spotted a large object that was halfway buried in Pixie's, the rig system. This is where I'll be working now, Slade thought as he stepped into the ship's supply depot. Everyone was dressed in white and red waitress outfits. Gascogny has just finished giving her staff the daily orders when she noticed the Tekkaman. Ah yes. New arrival. Girls, what's our motto? Smile. Smile. The girls said in unison as they simultaneously gave him a wave. Slade wondered just what he was getting into. You've got to be kidding, Slade said as he found himself dressed in the uniform of Gascogny's staff. The frilly apron and skirt may look good on the slim and curvaceous females, but on a man's frame. Just use your imagination. Ugh. Gascogny smiled as she took in the appearance of the newest addition to her staff. There. Now you are truly one of the stage ends. Stage ends? The head supplier nodded. That's right. It's our job to make certain that all supply orders are filled. With a smile, of course. Don't think that the actors are on their own up on the stage. Slade was still in a state of shock and embarrassment over what he was wearing when the head supplier came up to him. He growled a bit, but Vascogni shook her head. You'd best remember our motto here. Smile, smile. Slade's snarl turned up into a very forced smile as he just barely kept his temper in check. The supervisor nodded as she held out a hand. Oh, and I'll be taking that crystal of yours. After all, you won't be needing it here. Don't worry, I'll keep it safe. Slade was about to argue, but decided that it would be pointless. Besides, it wasn't as if he couldn't take it back when he needed to. With one flick of a hand, he made his crystal appear and deftly tossed it to her. Vascogni caught it and then motioned for Slade to follow her. Somewhere else on the ship. What is all this? Dinah asked as she and Puro explored the men's section of the ship. She was still very much interested in learning all she could about Mr. Alien. They had come across one of the food storage rooms and were now gazing upon huge mounds of nutrition pellets. This is where the men kept their food supplies. The Navi robot explained. One pellet is enough for 300 hours of labor. Dinah picked up a pellet and nibbled on it. She immediately grimaced at the pellet's foul taste and spat it out. You, Mr. Alien actually eats this. Well, the robot replied slowly. From what I heard, Slade doesn't care for the taste either. But this was all there was to eat on Tarak. At that point, Dinah smiled as she got an idea to get closer to Mr. Alien. The rig system. Though he didn't like the idea of working in a skirt, Slade had to admit that Vascogni ran a very efficient operation. The members of her team were professional, though they kept on giving those annoying smiles. However, his assignments were even more demeaning than what he had back on Tarak. He had been demoted from being a cosmic space warrior to scrubbing toilets and mopping floors. He was now a glorified janitor. Oh yeah. I can understand why Mia was so happy when I got reassigned. She's probably gloating right now. Though Slade was quite capable of simply ignoring the reassignment, he had realized that causing discord on the ship would be detrimental to the morale of the crew, and he really didn't want anyone to get hurt because of him. They were all just doing their jobs, after all. Though he really hated the dress uniform of the rig system. Vascogni noted Slade's scowl and decided to have a little chat with him. Well now, it seems that someone doesn't remember our motto. HMMM? Slade turned from where he was currently scrubbing the launching bay. Smile, smile. Slade would only growl in response. It was then that Vascogni gestured for him to follow her. She had something to show him. Don't start thinking that this job isn't as important as going out to fight the enemy. The head supplier said as she and Slade stood in a small projection viewing room. We all have to do our part to keep this ship going and keep everyone alive. Don't think that we have it easy down here. Whatever. Slade said without even turning to face her. Vascogni noted Slade's lack of interest and reached over to press a button. Take a look at this. A holographic image appeared on a viewer which caught the Tekkaman's attention. He saw the planet Megele and what looked like one of its residential areas. As the images continued to play, Jusenkyo began explaining. This is our home planet Megele. On the outside, it seems to be a beautiful and peaceful place. However, appearances can be deceiving. The people of Megele are more concerned with their appearances than practicality. They constantly waste precious energy on trivial pursuits, like who has the better garden. Often, these personal contests often get in the way of what needs to be done. One time, there was a huge energy consumption and as a result, one of the residential units had to be shut down. Slade nodded as he saw an image of a housing complex become dark. Jusenkyo continued explaining. Our captain had lost her home when that happened and that's when she started this pirate gig. It was perfect for those who had no other place to go. In piracy, there was no difference between male and female. Everyone had to work hard, but everyone shared in the rewards. Don't think that only certain people reaped the benefits while others did all the work. Slade remained silent, but could understand where this conversation was going. He could respect the head supplier's views, which were perfectly valid. No one should be forced out of his or her home, due to the foolishness of one's neighbors. You should consider yourself lucky. If it had been the Megele military that had attacked them in that time, then you would have been dead before you even got to say mercy. I doubt that. Slade replied simply. Jusenkyo gazed upon him and thought about it for a moment. Yes, I suppose that would be true in your case. But not everyone is highly trained in combat and blessed with superpowers. Still, I can see what you're trying to tell me. The Tekkaman admitted as he exited the room. Jusenkyo smiled a bit as she watched him leave. Gradually, Slade became very familiar with the workings of the register and found it to be a refreshing change of pace from the life of constant combat that had been his life. Though he was forced to sit out a few of the battles that followed, he still worked hard, and in some cases, he proved to be extremely full. A week after Slade had joined the rig item. Look out! The girls were scrambling for cover when the anti-gravity field failed and the huge payload of missiles started falling. They had been moving the ordnance to one of the loading bays when the lifter malfunctioned. The wreck of ordnance that was being moved shifted and began heading downward. A young member of Jusenkyo's staff, a pretty girl with long brown hair, screamed after she tripped and saw that the missiles were plummeting toward her. She knew that she was going to die, either from being crushed under tons of ordnance or when the weapons exploded when they hit the floor. However, that disaster was narrowly averted when someone dropped his mop and rushed toward her. In a heartbeat, Slade raised his arms and caught the huge wreck of missiles, stopping them from hitting the girl that was sprawled in loading bay. However, even his superhuman strength was strained to the limit and he knew that he couldn't hold up 30 tons of ordnance for more than a few seconds. Both arms were full. He was badly imbalanced and he couldn't transform to his much stronger form as a Tekkaman. Help her. Slade gritted as the load trembled in his arms. I can't hold this up. The stunned staff were shocked back to normal as two girls rushed in and pulled their comrade out of harm's way. A moment later, Slade set down the heavy weight, which made a dull clang on the metal floor. Fortunately, the missiles were not armed and did not detonate. Slade collapsed to his knees and groaned as his arms cried out in agony. Gascogny quickly went to him and knelt down. Are you all right? Slade nodded as he looked up and gave her a weak, lopsided grin. And no problem. After all, we gotta keep smiling, right? The muscular woman couldn't help but laugh at that one as she helped him up. Nearby, the girl that Slade had saved continued to gaze at him while being tended by a company worker with a first aid kit. However, the young girl did not appear at all thankful toward her rescuer. In fact, she gave Slade a deliberate scowl as she openly showed her hatred of men. Gascogny hoped that this would not cause more conflict. Later, here, I thought you might like to take a break for a while. Gascogny said as she handed him a glass of orange liquid. Slade nodded as he took the offered drink and sat down near the main console. Thanks. I have to admit, you're a very hard and efficient worker. For a man. Sort of a backhanded compliment, but I'll take it. Slade replied nonchalantly as he drained the glass in one swallow. So how's that girl I saved? Yukio's doing fine, thanks to you. At the mention of that name, Slade stiffened and his heart skipped a beat. The head supplier noted his sudden change in expression and became intrigued. So far, all she had only seen him either with a cool, nonchalant expression or with a scowl. Island. Something wrong? Slade was quiet for a long time before answering. Did you say her name was Yukio? Yes. Do you know her? No. I've never met her before today. But that name seems familiar. The head supplier nodded. She's a very dedicated worker, though her hatred of men is a little more extreme than what most of the crew feel. Oh? Gascogny nodded. Yes. From the day she joined up with us, she's made no effort to curb that hatred. She totally despises men. Slade shrugged as he finished his drink. So what? I thought that all women of Megele hated men. No offense to anyone on this ship. None taken. However, it's not because of the propaganda films and such, which makes her so angry toward men. So, what's the reason, if I might ask? She never tells me the exact details, but she stated that it was men who caused a lot of pain to a distant ancestor of hers. She had been taught from the day she born to hate all men, though the reason behind it has faded over a long time. I don't think she even knows the real reason for her hatred. Sounds kind of stupid to be raised to hate a person without knowing the reason. On that, I'll agree. Yukio Kwanji the 17th, the direct descendant of the original Lucan, continued to glare at the hated male who was now a part of the rig system. For the last 500 years, the females of the Kwanji clan had always hated the opposite gender. Ever since the original Yukio had been disgraced, the females of the family line had always viewed men as untrustworthy and useless. Though the original Yukio's honor had been satisfied with the apparent death of Ranma, she had sworn off men and marriage completely, so that she would never again be hurt. She had embraced her femininity, but totally rejected anything that had to do with men. Since that time of betrayal, the women of her line had been reproducing through artificial insemination or in vitro fertilization. Whenever a male child was born, it would be given up for adoption. During the time of space colonization and the founding of Megele, the Kwanji women happily embraced the newest method of asexual reproduction, thereby ensuring that no men would ever be born to soil their proud lineage. Little did the present Yukio know, was that the man who had unintentionally broken her ancestors' honor was alive and living on the pirate vessel. A couple more weeks would pass and the ship's crew soon fell into a normal routine. Slade found that working in the rig system was quite relaxing and was a way of escaping from that crazy UFO girl. It was that he didn't like Dinah, but her constantly calling him Mr. Alien had been getting annoying. During this time, the Nirvana had been attacked by the aliens, but they were merely small skirmishes at best and the Dread teams had no problems in beating them back. Mia became even more confident that Slade's power as a Tekkaman wasn't needed. However, that would soon change. Engineering. This is what you've been working on for the last couple of weeks. Ikazuchi asked as she looked over Perfect's latest project. That's a lot of firepower for just one machine. Yep. The bespectacled girl nodded as she closed a panel. The captain and commander both agreed that the last few attacks from the enemy were just probing missions, like they were trying to figure out our strengths, weaknesses and battle tactics. So they asked me to come up with something to give the Dreads an edge. I modified this machine to act as a support vehicle. But this thing looks like... Ikazuchi continued to stare at the huge machine. The engineer shrugged. Hey, it was the only source of spare material I could work with. All the other available parts and resources were reserved for Dread maintenance and repair. What gave you the idea to use it? The head engineer began explaining. Well, for one thing, we've already seen how effective using the power of the pixies can be against the aliens. This particular machine was near the Pixie's reactor when we got transported away, and when our ship merged with the Ikazuchi, it got transformed like Dinah, Mia and Jura's dreads. It's also giving off low-level energy emissions that's similar to the Pixie's and to Slade's crystal. You mean this? The head supplier took out Slade's possession. How did you get it? The older woman shrugged. Since he's working in the rig system and isn't fighting, I'm holding on to it for safekeeping. Never mind that now. What did you mean that this thing is like the Pixies? I thought the reports said that it didn't give off any energy. Well, the preliminary reports showed nothing, but when I looked at a subatomic scan of its molecular structure, It showed that this crystal gave off a wavelength that was linked to the pixies. It was then that she snapped her fingers. Hey, wait a second. Let me have that crystal for a minute. I want to try something. Gascogni cocked her head in puzzlement, then handed the engineer the crystal. What are you going to do with it? Take a look at this. Perfect belonged to a certain set of circuit relays which were infused with crystals derived from the pixies. Up until now, I haven't been able to get a response out of this machine's central processors and vital circuitry, because of all that pixie's crystal. The mechanisms and relays are functioning normally, but it seems to reject all attempts at controlling it. Now let's see what happens if I do this. She then held Slade's Tekka crystal close to the circuit panel, which immediately came to life and started humming with power. When she pulled it back, it went dead. When she repeated the experiment of bringing the crystal close, then pulling it back, the panel turned on and off accordingly. Well, that's interesting. So what you're saying is that this thing won't work unless someone is holding the crystal. No, not quite. Perfect shook her head in thought. This experiment proves my theory. This machine is responding to the crystal, since they seem to be on the same wavelength, but in order to control it, we would need someone who is also linked to the pixies. Gascogni thought back to what had happened that day when the pixies had imploded and merged the two ships. As I recall, Mia, Taida and Jura were near the pixies and their dreads were transformed. Would they be able to control it? Perfect shook her head again. No. I already had them down here, and not one of them could make this thing respond to their commands. It was then that the head supplier put two and two together. So that leaves only Bart and Slade. Well, you can also scratch Bart off the candidate list since I dragged him down here too. The only likely person who could control this new weapon is Slade. Slade? That's about the long and short of it. The fact that this thing is responding to his crystal makes him the only possibility. So the bottom line is that this machine could give us the edge we need, but it can only be used by Slade. Mind you, this is all just theory. I can't guarantee 100% that it would even work and WHABOMMMM. The hanger shuddered and nearly caused the two women to fall to the floor. Enemy attack. Magno nodded as she and her bridge group prepared for the assault. All through the ship, the crew were at their battle stations as the dread pilots raced to their fighters. In 30 seconds, squadrons of dreads were taking up positions in front of the Nirvana to confront the enemy. After all of her previous encounters with the enemy, the dread leader was confident that she and her comrades would be able to defeat this new threat without the help of males, especially Slade. The enemy consisted of several dozen of those strange-looking fighters, which the pirates had dubbed as cube types, and one very large machine that was a spherical mass of globes. The alien formation maintained a fixed distance from the pirates, as if they were waiting for the women to make the first move. On the bridge, Magno ordered Bart to direct the ship into some evasive maneuvers, which the helmsman did readily, since his specialty was running away. However, for every move the ship made, the large machine and its escort fighters matched, keeping the distance between them constant. After a few more futile attempts, the two forces halted and faced each other off. The rig system. They're just standing there, Slade commented as he and the rest of the crew watched on the monitors. I've got a bad feeling about this. Normally, he would have just gone out as a Tekkaman and destroyed the enemy, but since he had been reassigned, he couldn't do anything but watch. It wasn't as if he couldn't disobey, but he respected Vascogni and the captain enough. Then all of a sudden the enemy attacked. Mia immediately put her dread squadron into the fray. The nimble pirate ships darted about, blowing a few of the cube types to pieces while trying to engage the main machine. However, the strange craft was impossibly fast for its size and evaded the first wave. Then the globes on its surface began to rotate and extended large purple tendrils, making its appearance seem like a sea urchin. How disgusting! Jura commented as she put her dread in a strafing run against it. She was followed by Barren, who launched a barrage of missiles at it. However, the spines began jagged and started rotating even faster. The projectiles were easily deflected and exploded harmlessly away from the main body. No good. We can't get close enough to it for a clear shot, Barnett declared. Then the spines of the main ship became straight and were suddenly launched like oversized darts. A few of the dreads were hit and put out of action. Mia thought that this was her chance and ordered her teams to attack. However, the machine simply extended more spines and began spinning them again, evading the next barrage of missiles. Damn! Mia swore as she evaded a few of the cube types that were protecting their main system. Let's get Mr. Alien out here, Ida called him through her communicator. No! What have I told you about relying on others? We don't need his help. He said man and the enemy. We can do this on our own. O'Neill was confident in her own ability and that of the other dread pilots. She was letting her pride override her better judgment. The rig system. Slade shook his head. Not good. Vascogni had to agree. With the cube types running interference and the dreads unable to get clear hits on the large alien craft, it seemed that pirates were fighting a losing battle. She looked at the tactical display and saw that several more of the fighters were put out of action. It wouldn't be long before the enemy would begin their assault on the pirate ship. They're not going to last long, Slade said. Oh? And what would you suggest? Vascogni asked. The Tekkaman nodded and replied. It's obvious that the enemy knows that the dread fighters are very effective with long and medium-range attacks, so they've got those fighters out there to keep them busy. Those spines are also preventing their missiles from getting close. I'd say that the best way to win is to get up close and personal with that thing. Getting up close with all those fighters and spines shooting out of it sounds pretty dangerous. It was at that moment that the rig system began receiving delivery orders as several of the dread fighters were running low on ordnance and ammunition. The bridge. It appears that the enemy has adapted to our current battle tactics, PC remarked with a frown. She too had been watching the tactical display, and the Dread teams had been whittled down to half their number. Several of the cube types were getting through the defense lines and attacking the ship itself. Magno nodded. Yes. It's as we thought. I thought that those last few battles were too easy. So they were probing for our strengths and weaknesses. They know how we react and they've learned how to counter us. Well then, let's give them something that they don't know about yet. She then contacted the engineering section. Perfect. Is that new weapon ready yet? The engineer shook her head as she responded. Captain, you're not really thinking of using it now, are you? It was then that the ship shuddered violently. The large alien craft had broken through the defense lines and was now using its spines to attack the pirate vessel. At one pass alone it had caused major structural damage to the port arm of the ship, as the spines raked the hull. Bart let off a scream as he felt pain shoot up his left arm and a large gash appeared. The cybernetic link between himself and the ship was still active. We don't really have a choice. Perfect. The Dreads can't hold out for much longer and we don't have any other options. Is it ready or not? It's completed, but it's totally untested. Perfect responded. And besides, we don't have a pilot for it. At that moment, Vascogni cut into the communications. Oh yes we do. What? Magno asked. The head supplier nodded and winked. Tack Perfect loaded onto my ship. I have a few deliveries to make anyway. I'm sure that D-Boy will be able to handle it. D-Boy? Both the captain and the engineer said in confusion. The Driki, Gascong's supply ship, detached from the main vessel and flew toward the battle zone. It resembled a large ladybug and was heavily armored, and it had several grappling arms located on its undersides. As four Dreads flew toward it, the arms extended themselves and grabbed hold of them, bringing them closer so that new armaments could be loaded onto the fighters. On the main bridge of the Driki, Vascogni sat with Slade and watched the procedures. Okay, we're going to get this done in 40 seconds, tops. Let's do it all in one go. Slade nodded as he worked at his console and systematically loaded each Dread with new missiles and weaponry. The head supplier nodded as she watched the Tekkaman's efficiency. Less than a minute later the fighters were ready for combat again. I'm so full, Dinah said happily. Give them hell, girls, Vascogni said as they launched. As Slade watched them go, he shook his head. Not that I'm saying that being a stagehand isn't important, but we need to change tactics. Unless they come up with something better than wasting their shots on that thing, then it wouldn't matter how many times they reload. Vascogni nodded. I couldn't agree more. However, the reload Dreads should be able to buy us some time. Huh? She then gestured to the display. That's the reason why we brought this. The Tekkaman noted that one of the cargo bays was still loaded. Hey, you still got one more delivery. That's right. She then handed Slade his crystal back. That's our latest weapon against the enemy, but only you can use it. Perfect called it a Tekkapod. It's voice activated, so you'd better make your commands loud and clear. Give 'em hell with it, D-boys. D-boys? D as in dangerous, since that's what you are when you're out there. The former Sodom smirked as he began running for the cargo bay. Alright, Ms. Casco. It's Gascogne. Slade stared at the thing. So this was their new weapon? The machine had formerly been one of the Vanguards until it had been transformed by the Pixies. Perfect had modified it, and it was now 10 feet taller than its counterparts, with added armor and more firepower. He saw that a geometric crystal shape was mounted on the front chest armor and noticed that it was similar to his own crystal. Holding up his possession to it, the machine began to activate and hum with power. Okay. Let's see if it works. Slade then voiced out his first command. Tekkadread. Power on. The machine spoke back in reply as it sensed the link it had with its pilot. Affirmative. The modified Vanguard opened up in front, revealing the cockpit. Slade could feel a kind of pull from it and immediately jumped into it. The hatch closed up as grappling arms maneuvered the machine toward the cargo doors. On the Dreeki's bridge, Gascogne activated the doors to open. Initiating launch sequence. Tekkapod away! What is that? Jura gasped as she saw something new enter the fray. It looks like a Vanguard, Dinah remarked. In her own dread, Mia gritted her teeth. No, it can't be him. Within the new Tekkapod, Slade found out that he could control it as if it was his own body. He soon got the hang of piloting it. The machine was less maneuverable than his own Tekkaman form, but the heavy armor and massive firepower made up for it. He began directing the Tekkapod to attack the cube types, thereby drawing them off so the dreads could concentrate on battling the main alien craft. The machine began launching a murderous storm of missiles and blaster fire, mowing the enemy down. As he pressed the attack, he looked through the display monitors and nodded. As the cube types were being dispatched, the dreads were now concentrating their attacks on the larger machine. The huge sea urchin had to stop attacking the pirate vessel to deal with the fighters. However, it still proved to be difficult to damage as it continued to evade the female's shots. Slade knew that he had to help them out, and destroying the cube types was taking too long. He had to get out there. Tekkadread. To all those who were watching, the Tekkapod suddenly glowed with an emerald light. Then suddenly, the top of the machine opened up and something shot out of it. Mr. Alien! Dinah cried out happily. The Tekkaman made a neat flip and landed on the back of the Tekkapod. Slade then realized that he was still linked to his new partner as it responded to his mental commands to charge at the remaining cube types. Bringing out his lance, he began spinning it like a propeller, deflecting enemy fire. Then his shoulder blasters opened up. GOLDKK. A huge beam of emerald white light was released, atomizing most of the enemy fighters. He then directed the Tekkapod to charge at the main alien craft. The giant sea urchin evaded its dread pursuers and focused its attention toward its newest adversary. Slade leapt off the Tekkapod and activated his alternate form, Tekkama, in battle mode. However, to everyone else's surprise, the Tekkapod acknowledged its master. Affirmative, it also began transforming. New wing projections emerged from its back as its arms swung into its body. The legs produced a new type of thruster units and Slade found himself pulled toward the machine again. When the Tekkaman landed on the Tekkapod's back again, the two began to produce a combined aura which turned them into a huge comet that streaked across space and headed toward the enemy. All of the remaining cube types were blown away as Tekkaman and Tekkapod hurtled by, leaving energy shockwaves that reduced them to useless scrap. "That's some new weapon, perfect," Vascogni commented through the communicator. "But I didn't build it to do that," Perfect said as she watched in shock. The sea urchin launched a barrage of its spines at the Tekkaman, but the projectiles disintegrated as soon as they made contact with his combined aura. It seemed as if the machine would be destroyed as soon as it collided with him. However, at the last moment, the craft veered to the right, causing Slade to harmlessly pass by. "Damn, that thing's faster than me." Mia saw this as an opportunity and ordered her team to attack while the alien machine was distracted. However, that was when it grew more spines and launched them, causing the dreads to scatter once again. As Slade turned about to make another pass at his foe, Tida's fighter flashed onto the scene. "Mr. Alien, let's combine." The gigantic sea urchin had other ideas though as it launched another barrage. Mia's dread flew in to intercept. "Tida, watch out." Mia's dread took the hits and was sent speeding out of control. At the same time, Slade was also knocked off his perch on the Tekkapod and sent flying. The Tekkapod immediately became disoriented without its pilot and was nothing more than a floating, technological mass. As if by fate or pure luck, both Dread and Tekkaman came close enough to each other as both individuals voiced out the same desire to overcome the enemy. "There's no way," Mia shouted out. "I'm going to let this thing beat me," Slade declared. It was then that they both came together and became a new force. Mia's dread immediately swallowed up the Tekkaman and began shifting its form. The entire craft flipped itself over and extended twin appendages that resembled the talons of a predatory bird. The front part of the fuselage extended itself even further, forming a serpentine head with tusks. The new mecha hovered in space, ready for combat. "What?" Tida was shocked. "Did you see that?" Barnett exclaimed. "It's so cool," Jura declared as she saw that Mia's fighter was now some kind of dragon-type mecha. On the pirate vessel, the bridge crew was also in awe. "That guy sure has a lot of tricks up his sleeve," Bart said. Inside the cockpit of the new fighter, "What the hell are you doing here?" Mia glared at Slade as she found herself in a very undignified position. The cockpit of the new Tekkadread had her sitting in a kind of a reclining position, with Slade in front of her in a hunched-over position. "What?" Slade once again found himself in his regular clothes and in a very embarrassing situation. "I never asked for your help," So get out of here. I didn't want to be here in the first place, so... At that moment the Tekkadread shuddered as it was hit by the enemy craft. Slade immediately put his anger aside and grabbed at a set of controls in front of him. The Tekkadread came alive with his touch as he glared over his shoulders to his unexpected company pilot. "We don't have time to argue, so work with me or we won't be able to chew each other out later." Mia gritted her teeth, but nodded in agreement as she began operating the foot pedals and the controls on either side of her chair. The Tekkadread started darting about after the enemy with an acceleration that made the other dread fighters look like slugs. "That acceleration is impossible," Barren declared. "Mia is so lucky," Jura said as she watched the machine wistfully. Tekkadread Mia, as it would later be called, ran circles around its foe and the giant sea urchin launched every spine it had against its elusive opponent. However, the machine totally missed its target as it flashed out of sight and reappeared behind it. Inside the cockpit of the Tekkadread, both Slade and Mia voiced out their anticipation. "This is exactly," Slade said, "what I've been waiting for," Mia declared. It was then that Slade's aura flared and was fed into the Tekkadread's main systems. The entire craft became surrounded with power as it flashed forward like a comet. Dragon. GOLDKK. The enemy craft was pierced through its center as the Tekkadread ran clear through it. A moment later, it exploded into fragments and smaller spheres were scattered all. The battle was over. Inside the now dormant Tekkadread, Mia and Slade were completely exhausted. "Whew! That was a total mess," Slade said as he leaned against the console. "I never thought we'd agree on the same thing," Mia commented, then added, "Now do you see? You can't win every battle with just that armor of yours." Slade had to agree, though he also said, "And I suppose you were doing any better with just your dreads." Mia didn't answer, since Slade did raise a point. "That's so unfair," died about it as she and the rest of the dread teams headed back to their ship. "Mr. Alien was only supposed to combine with me." In her own fighter, Jura began to consider a few things. Hey, that could mean that I could combine to form something elegant too. Later, the ship's name? You want me to decide? Magno asked. Perfect nodded as Puro began displaying the suggestions on his monitor. All the crew contributed and we want you to pick one. You sure you don't mind? Just pick out a real cool one. A name flashed by and Magno considered it. HMMM. The Nirvana. Not a bad suggestion. Who came up with that one? It was the commander's idea. Puro replied. Fine then. From now on, the ship will be called the Nirvana. In the engineering room, Perfect lowered her head in defeat. I knew it. After turning off communications, she looked back to the Tekkapod, which was undergoing repairs and being rearmed. Beside her was Cascagni. I've got to admit, for a trial by fire, this thing didn't do too badly. Perfect nodded, though she was still a bit puzzled. I can see that a few improvements can be made, though I never knew this thing could transform. I didn't even consider the possibility that it would develop an artificial intelligence like Puro. Do you think that it had something to do with the pixies or its contact with Slade? Could be both. By the way, what are you going to call this new Vanguard? Perfect looked back up to her creation, then snapped her fingers in inspiration. I'll use the name that I suggested in our contest. I wanted the ship's name to be Pegasus. Pegasus? Yeah. In some old myths that I read, Pegasus was a horse with wings. Slade is the only one who can ride it, so it seems fitting, don't you think? For short, I'll call it Pegasus. She called up to the huge machine. You hear that? From now on, your name will be Pegasus. The machine's head cocked to one side, as if in thought, then nodded. I am Pegasus. Later. Wow! This stuff sure beats the pellets I've been eating, Slade said as he sampled the food that Dinah had cooked for him. He had used up a lot of energy during the bath and he gobbled up the food within seconds. Mr. Alien, will you promise that you'll only combine with me? Dinah asked while giving him the dreaded sad puppy dog eyes. Will you stop calling me Mr. Alien? Slade was getting very annoyed by the reference, though he welcomed Dinah's company. She was only the few people who didn't think he was some kind of monster. The register, 2 days later. So Ms. Casco, I take it that man won't be working here anymore? Yukio asked, with a bit of hope in her voice. It's Cascogni, the head supplier reminded her. And in answer to your question, no, I don't think so. Apparently, he wasn't meant to be part of the stage ends. She let off a small sigh. Though he was a man, Cascogni had to admit that he was one of the most efficient and hard-working members of her staff. It was at that moment that the main door to the register opened up. The entire staff turned to see who it was and gasped. It was Slade, but he was now dressed in a masculine version of the standard uniform. The skirt and blouse had been altered into a white tuxedo with red lapels on the vest with pink highlights. He wore a fashionable black bow tie and the cuffs on his sleeves were elaborately decorated. He looked like a high-class waiter from a very elegant restaurant and the new attire made him appear very handsome. Many of the girls didn't know what to make of the strange feelings they were experiencing at that moment. The staff and their supervisor continued to gape in disbelief as Slade casually strolled over to Cascogni. He gave her a curt nod of his head and noted her surprise. Miss Casco, have you already forgotten? He flashed her a grin. Smile, smile. Cascogni found her voice as she shook herself back to reality. Dear boy, I thought that you quit. Not really. I figured that when I'm not in combat, I can pull my weight on this ship by helping you out here. He then gestured to his wardrobe. Oh, I hope you don't mind my alterations to the uniform. My legs just don't look good in a skirt. Cascogni could only chuckle as she nodded. Just so long as you keep it clean. Oh, and by the way, it's not Vasco, it's Cascogni. Certainly, and remember, it's Slade, not D-boy. The two gazed at each other for a very long time as the rest of the register waited. Finally, The head supplier nodded. Welcome back, D-boy. Good to be back, Miss Casco. The two then burst into peals of laughter. On the bridge. So those spheres will mask the two message pods? Magno asked. Perfect nodded. They've been coded with the enemy's recognition frequencies so they won't be destroyed. Very well then. Launch the pods. The twin canisters were then sent on their merry, but the crew still had their doubts. Even if they receive our message, there's no guarantee that anyone will listen. Perfect remarked. Wish for it, Perfect. BC said. That's all we can do. To be continued. Author's notes that takes care of the revisions and the fourth chapter to this story. After watching the entire Tekkaman Blade series, I decided to use the Japanese terms except for the name of Slade. As for Vandread, it will mostly be using the English references. In any case, I hope you liked my inclusion of Pegasus and the introduction of one of Yukio's descendants. There will be more changes and surprise in store, so stay tuned. Chapter 6 Chapter 5 Vanguard Mission Tekkadread Disclaimer Recording Greetings Mr. Animidiktaion. Your mission today, should you choose to accept it, is to write the next chapter of this fanfic to entertain the fans. Should the original creators of the characters in this story approach you with legal technicalities, we shall disavow any knowledge of your existence and you will be on your own to disclaim ownership of said characters. This message will self-destruct in 5 seconds. Thoughts Chapter 5 Vanguard Mission The pirate vessel, now christened the Nirvana, was in orbit around a desert planet. On the bridge, the first officer and the captain watched the main monitor. This planet seems to be dead, Kuzum said. Although we are getting some energy readings from the surface. The readings also show that there are several structures that appear to be man-made. I think we should check this out. Magno considered it. Our kitchen is running low on supplies. Oh well, I guess we'll just have to do this like old-fashioned pirates. Thank you, Captain. BC then turned to the bridge crew. Begin monitoring the surface of the planet and atmospheric conditions. Let's determine the best time to send down a landing party. Roger. Meanwhile, in the hangar where the 3 transformed dreads were being stored, Slade was working on Pegasus. The place was also where the leftover vanguards were kept, ever since the male and female ships had merged into the Nirvana. At present, with the exception of the Tekkapod, the male mecha had been left in a state of disrepair and neglect. Perfect's teams had cannibalized a few of them for replacement components and raw materials. Since the Tekkapod was a transformed vanguard, Slade had no problems with maintaining and repairing his new partner, since the Tekkaman did have considerable expertise on such mecha during his stay on Tarak. As of now, he was busy making modifications to the control systems so Pegasus would have better response time. With the machine having an artificial intelligence, it made decent company and didn't give any backtalk like Puro. Pegasus, would you please move your right arm? I need to get at that panel. Roger. The huge machine complied. They really work people hard around here, don't they? Slade remarked as he began adjusting the servos. Between his duties with Bascogny's register and as part of the Dread Fighter support, the former son of Jean Misodome had very little free time. What leisure time that he did have was spent either working with beggars or training in the gym. As the voyage continued, the martial artist and Tekkaman wondered just what he was going to do. Once Megele and Tarak were warned and the threat was dealt with, he supposed that he'd just moved on again. However, being with the females had given him a sense of belonging that he had never felt before. Granted, the majority of the all-woman personnel still treated him like a barely tolerated outsider, especially girls like Yukio and Piley, but a few had accepted him without any argument. People like the captain, Bascogny, and though he hated to admit it, Dinah as well. In a way, the crew of the Nirvana was the closest thing he ever had to a family. On that train of thought, Slade often wondered just where he had come from. The vague images that he saw in his dreams seemed to indicate that he had a mother and father. However, he felt a certain anger whenever he thought about the bald man in white, though for the life of him, he couldn't remember why. Slade was so engrossed in his thoughts that he failed to sense the presence of another. Dinah smiled as she went up the boarding ramp and gave Mr. Alien a wink and blew him a kiss. Slade turned suddenly, accidentally tripped over a wrench and fell flat on his back. He winced at being caught off guard and made a note to step up in his martial arts training. He then looked up and his cheeks reddened as he found himself staring up Dinah's skirt. Whoa! He quickly averted his eyes. Dinah, being the naive girl that she was, didn't understand Slade's reaction as she simply stood there and asked, "Are you okay?" He instantly got to his feet and backed away from her. Though Slade was familiar with the birds and the bees, and all the mechanics involved, he was still very inexperienced with male-female relationships. Having no real contact with females in his first life wasn't saying much either. And what he saw under her skirt. "I'm fine," he blurted out. "I guess I haven't eaten well lately. That's all." The Tekkaman quickly closed up the Tekkabot's panel, swept up his toolbox and was gone in a flash, leaving a confused Dread pilot. The sick bay. "Your pulse rate seems to be somewhat elevated from normal and you seem a bit agitated," Duro remarked as he placed a series of cardiopulmonary sensors on various locations on Slade's face and chest. The Tekkaman was dressed only in his boxers as he sat on the examination table. The physician then began a systematic, physical examination of his patient with practiced ease. However, when his hands came close to Slade's privates, his patient scrambled back a bit. "Keep those hands to yourself. I'm just examining you," the doctor said. "You seem very tense." Slade sighed as he realized that Duro was only doing his job. "Well, I've been really busy lately. Working and fighting alongside the women takes a lot out of me. Somebody's got to protect them." "So you're fighting to protect the females?" Duro asked with a bit of a knowing smile. "Well, Somebody's got to. I mean, I'm stronger than they are. And they're weak. Slade paused as he considered his words. Just where did that females were weak comment came from? He had just said it without thinking, as if by reflex. Well, I'm not saying that they can't fight, 'cause they can and, hell, I don't know what I'm saying. Let's stop talking about the females, Guero suggested. At that moment, Pilot came up and pointed to the machine that Slade was hooked up to. What's this thing? A video game? You've never seen a pulse monitor? The physician was surprised to learn that the ship's nurse trainee was unfamiliar with basic medical equipment. What's it to you if I haven't? The 12-year-old gave Guero kind of thought. Anyway, all health problems can be fixed in the jacuzzi. Jacuzzi? In the recreation center. Space battle always damages my hair. Jura said as she lounged on a salon chair with a towel wrapped around her head. She was naked save for another towel wrapped about her body. Several attendants were massaging her legs and giving her a manicure and pedicure. Don't worry, Jura. We're here to revive your beauty. One of the attendants assured. I appreciate it. I don't feel like going into battle unless my hair is set just right. Puro floated beside her with a puzzled expression. Sometimes humans don't make any sense. Jura then glanced over to the hot tub and saw Mia soaking in it. Mia, are you trying to lose even more weight? Excess body fat gets in the way of combat. The blue-haired girl replied simply. But you won't have any breasts left. Jura pointed out. Don't worry about me. Mia was not as unconcerned with maintaining her feminine appearance as her comrade was. Meanwhile, at the ship's mess hall, Barnett was trying to decide what to eat as plates of food moved along a conveyor belt. She then reached for a plate that marked with tag of more than 800 calories. The platter was suddenly snatched away before she could touch it. She angrily looked over and saw Dinah holding up her intended lunch. I think I'll take this one. Dinah. That's loaded with calories. That's okay, Barnett. He said he wasn't eating right. The dread pilot wondered whom she was talking about. BC nodded as she was given the latest information on the planet's surface. Several heat sources had been detected, though a sandstorm was preventing confirmation. However, she decided that it would be best to prepare for an excursion. Since the dreads were not suited for atmospheric flight or terrestrial exploration, that left only one option. Attention all crew. We're going to investigate a planet. All pilots should immediately begin simulation training aboard the Vandreads. Say what? The women are actually going to try using those van types? Slade took on a thoughtful look. This should be interesting. The hangar. Geez. I know that it's impossible to get to the surface with the dreads. Even so, that doesn't mean that I'd act like using a man's vanguard. Barnett gazed upon the male Megele with extreme distaste. After months of being ignored, the machines were now being repaired and serviced by Parfax engineering crews. Several of them were painted in outrageous patterns and colors. One particular pilot was looking at her scarlet-pink Megele with eagerness. "I don't really care if it's a Vanguard or not," Jura said. "Just so long as I can combine into something beautiful." She knew that in a mission such as this, Slade would most definitely be included. He was the only one with any experience in piloting a Vanguard Pegasus, and his Tekkaman form would have no problems with adapting to ground-based missions. That meant that she would have an excellent opportunity to combine with him. At this time, Bart had decided to boast. "Hey there. If anyone has any questions, feel free to ask me. During my long career in the military academy, I endured hundreds of training missions. You could say. K-L-O-N-K." Bart was floored when an anti-gravity lift came down on top of him. The tech who was on it looked down and scolded. "What are you doing standing under the lift? We're busy, so try to stay out of the way." "Okay," Bart moaned. Slade came into the hangar and winced as he saw the brightly decorated mecha. It was apparent that the females weren't taking this very seriously. He then looked over to where Pegasus was and gasped. Dinah was standing a boarding ramp and brandishing a spray painter. "Hold on. Wait a second." Slade began racing toward his mecha. The thought of having his partner colored in kawaii colors made him feel very uncomfortable. On the ramp, Dinah aimed her instrument at the Tekkapod. "I'll make you clean and pretty, Pegasus. I'm sure that Mr. Alien will like it." The Tekkapod cocked its head in puzzlement, then shrugged. As long as it did its function, it didn't matter what color it was. "Proceed." Just as she fired off a stream of pink paint, Slade got between her and the Tekkapod. As a result, he was doused in the liquid. "Now you did. Wow! A pink alien. How cute." "She's nuts." A while later, Slade, Dwero and Bart watched from the control center, as Dinah, Barnett and Jura trained in the Vanguard simulators. Slade had cleaned off the paint and was currently watching the performance of the Vanguard trainees. It was soon apparent that the female pilots were unused to controlling the mecha in hand-to-hand, close-quarters combat. The women had been trained for long-distance assault and surprise attacks with dreads. They specialized in maneuverability and needed a lot of space to operate. The van-type mecha were clearly more suited for male pilots, confined areas and the innate fighting instincts. Of course, there were exceptions. Barnett, who was totally against using the bangatas, quickly mastered the machine. Go figure. As the virtual vanguards tripped and fell over each other, Jura became disgusted. "I've had enough. Why can't this machine move with more elegance? I'm out of here." She quickly exited the simulator in a huff. At the control center, Dwero nodded as he watched the pulse monitors on each of the simulators. "It looks like I'll be needed on the bridge." He then saw that one of simulators was relaying that its pilot was feeling agitation and extreme stress. Apparently, the best dread pilot was the worst Vanguard combatant. Mia slammed a fist on the simulator's side as it declared that the trial mission was a complete failure, and that she had been killed. Her breathing had become labored and shallow as she sat in the confined area of the cockpit. Sweat was beading off her forehead, as she became even angrier after her poor performance. Then her main monitor lit up. Are there medical overrides on Megele? What? Guero's expression became serious. On Tarak, doctors are given the authority to ground pilots when they experience psychological stress, which can hamper their performance. Do you want that to happen? Of course not. Mia shot back. Then I suggest that you switch your monitor to all fields. That should lessen the strain on your body. Keep your advice to yourself. I don't need any help, especially from a man. I'll be just fine, thank you very much. How to use the 10-in-1 knife shield. Following the wheel of pilot. Simultaneously with the electron pulse beam. I can do this. Bart smiled as he looked up from the Bandgata instruction manual he had been reading. Whatever. Slade said, as he was about to get up from the chair he was sitting in. However, just as he turned to rise from his seat, his view was blocked by a very ample amount of cleavage. He felt very uncomfortable as he looked up. Hello there, Jura said, and she smiled down at the Tekkaman. In the next battle, you will be combining with me. I hope you'll keep that in mind. After she and Barnett left the training center, Slade squirmed a bit in his seat and swallowed hard. When she said the word combine, his thoughts were not about merging Mika. Guero was getting more worried. After reading the data on all the Vanguard trainees, it was Mia's readouts that had the most disturbing results. She had exhibited signs of agitation, high stress levels, and most significantly, fear. There was no mistake about it.